morning, everybody. I'll be doing an overview of DMT and the services that we provide. Okay, this is just the overview of the presentation. We'll be looking at our offices, the locations of our offices, the services that we provide, some of the products that we have as DMT that are on the market, and our contact details. DMT is part of the Two-Node Group, headquartered in Germany. We are part of the DMT Group itself, which has 30 offices globally with over 65 years experience. And on a typical year, we undertake projects in over 25 countries globally. Our main focus is in mineral exploration, engineering, environmental consulting, and geotechnics, with our expertise mainly lying in geology, metallurgy, engineering, logistics, market and policy analysis, and financial evaluation. Our DMT Geological office in South Africa, we mainly specialize in geology, as well as environmental and geotech. Some of our clients include mining companies, banks, global financing institutions, government bodies, as well as private investors. Just the overlook of some of our services. Our services essentially cover the entire life cycle of a mine, starting from exploration, where we offer services ranging from geological mapping all the way to resource and reserve estimation. In our project assessments, we do due diligences, CPRs, PFS, and FS. We also offer mine planning and engineering, where we offer mine design and open pit and underground. We also do geotech engineering. In terms of the construction phase, we also offer construction management and supervision in terms of process design, health and safety, as well as mine optimization. We're also involved in the latter part of the mining phase, which is the closure and remediation, where we do mine enclosure plans. We do environmental monitoring, as well as waste dump and rehabilitation. So essentially, as I said, we cover the entire life cycle of a mine. Specifically, as the Guy Butler or the South African office, like I said, we mainly focus on geological services, geotech, as well as environmental. But whenever we need some of our offices that specialize in other fields, we do bring them in on our projects. So for geological services, as I said, we cover the entire aspect for exploration, starting with desktop studies, all the way down to geological modeling. We also do grade control and production for projects that are already in the mining phase. We cover essentially all commodities from gold, coal, clay, lithium, rare earths, phosphates. So essentially any mineral that the client may need us to assist with. Countries, we cover the entire African continent. We also do work outside Africa, as well as in collaboration with our other international offices. So shown here is just some pictures from the Andes in Peru, as well as coal exploration in South Africa. For geotech services, we carry out desktop studies. We do slope stability assessments, percolation tests. And for environmental, some of the services include basic assessments, EMPs, EIAs, water use licenses, as well as due diligence reports. Some of the products that we have, DMT also manufactures products, and these specifically are the ones that we would use in terms of geological services or in the mining sector. Hence, I've opted to highlight them here. We've got the core scan, which is a high-tech core logging system. So essentially, once you've drilled core, you typically put it in a tray, and then we're able to scan that core instead of taking pictures with your typical camera or a phone. We use this system where you take the entire tray, you put it in the machine. It takes either a 2D image or a 3D image, depending on what options you want, and essentially gives you these high resolution imagery. But in addition to the RGB element, it's able to also do structural analysis and interpretation. And then it'll give you a drill core management library, which is also which you can also input in any of the 3D modeling systems. Then the other product that we have is a slim borehole scanner, which is a monitoring of, which allows for monitoring of borehole wall and structural and geotechnical analysis. So what you do is you just put it down a hole to do a scan of your hole for either geological context, but mainly we use it for structural and geotechnical analysis. And it allows for orientation and frequency of structures. We use it a lot in the coal mining industry. We have used it in one of our mines here in South Africa. And that's a wrap. That's our nice office in Randburg, and we've included our contact details there of our director. So if you guys want to know any more detail in terms of the services and the products that we have, feel free to contact us on those details.
Okay, good morning. Good morning. All right, so let me go ahead without any further ado. Yeah, the title I think would, for some people, would be somewhat controversial, with net zero and reachable. I think I'd like to put that in context before I go into the insights and the strategic indicators that underscore this. But in particular, you know, we're talking about in this context, you know, net zero from an anthropogenic impacts point of view. But also we have to take into account that in reality, net zero is unreachable, and the natural world has its own balance and imbalance, and is constantly adjusting itself as the planet moves within itself, within natural forces, which are far greater than anything that we can do as humans, despite what the narrative says to us. So, but from a human context, an anthropogenic context, you know, the net zero goals put forward for net zero by 2030, which then got moved to 2040 and then 2050, are still unreachable. It's still unreachable. It's physically not going to happen. So why do I say that? Well, there are a couple of factors. I think first of all, there are two main themes which I call jaws of the vice. The first one is the post-COVID-19 recovery, and there's two converging pressure elements. One's the economy at large, which is on a global basis focusing on GDP recovery, and then this demand for clean, cheap energy, clean in inverted commas, and clean means different things to different groups. But within that, you have unemployment at the highest levels in history, or at least since the 1930s global depression. And at the moment, it's plus minus 25 to 35% in the G20 countries. You know, you've got a massive need for ongoing global social security and support for those unemployed. You've got an ongoing reset of the medical system and the Center for Disease Control. And the story is still not over, as we see by the constant lockdowns in China and other parts of Southeast Asia. You know, we've got massive structural adjustment and reform for fiscal stimulus packages, frankly, at levels we've never seen before. And that's the one jaw. The other jaw of the vice is the reset of the financial system. I mean, we've got implementation of modern monetary theory by the central banks, which is influencing the financing of everything. You've got central bank money printing to cover fiscal stimulus. We've got a lot of discussion on forgiveness of debt of the developing world. The IMF and the World Bank in the last year have published a number of papers on that which are readily available. We've got the specter of fiat currency replacement, i.e. paper money, with central bank digital currencies, which is a reality and is coming. It's not an if, it's a when. And then you've got, you know, control of everything through the Internet of Things and blockchain. And anyone who thinks that, you know, we're simply going to go to a Bitcoin or other cryptocurrency that's not going to be controllable by governments or the central powers that be is frankly delusional, because the internet's controlled by them, and therefore they will regulate and decide what is and what isn't. If we then look at the leadership of the world, I mean, you look at the global leaders outside of China, you know, the Bidens, Trudeau's, Truss, Ardern, Kishida, Albanese, doesn't matter where you go in the G7 or within the G20 countries, you know, you've got this underlying cultural nationalism, this investment at home to accelerate their own economies. Everyone's striving for less reliance on China as the ultimate consumer, and also Russia as an energy supplier since, of course, the Ukraine conflict. Although the energy crisis was already in play, nobody just wanted to admit it. And then on the back of all this, you've got this increasing social unrest focused on inequality across the world. And that means different things to different people. In Africa, if you look at the African leaders, in particular in the Christian dominant jurisdictions like Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Namibia, Ghana, Kenya, South Africa, etc., you've got these contradictory policies of resource nationalism, but then they've mortgaged most of their resources, or a large part, to the Chinese. You've then got empowerment, equity demands, taxation and royalties increasing on top of it. These are all macro strategic factors that are affecting investment, in particular in our sector in mining and minerals development. And then you've got the regional conflicts, which, you know, sure as eggs are eggs, you can expect they're going to escalate. In the Middle East, you've got the ongoing Saudi Arabia-Yemen feud. You've got the Iran versus Afghanistan versus Iraq. In the South China Sea, you've got China and Hong Kong versus Taiwan and Japan. You've got the Korean Peninsula issue. In the Eurozone, you know, you've got the ex-CIS countries feuding with Russia and the Ukraine conflict. And then in Central Asia, more recently, you've got this Azerbaijan-Armenian conflict, the Uzbekistan-Turkmenistan conflict. There, it doesn't matter where you look, there is conflicts everywhere. And this affects investor confidence. This affects the ability to develop anything, never mind new mines or new mineral resources. And then other indicators which are really important is oil supplies. I mean, there's a controlled shortage in the market by OPEC, and it doesn't matter what anybody says, oil is still the dominant energy source as far as transportation goes, which drives the logistical supply chain of the world, which is fundamental, in particular towards an anthropogenic net zero, because if you can't get the materials where you need them to build all the energy structures and machines and everything you need for clean energy, then it ain't going to happen. In the US, you've got, you know, US growing production and exports of oil from strategic reserves. They've already drained half of their strategic petroleum reserve, and there's no way how they're going to refill it at the moment. Inflation is not driving consumption lower, so price stability has not been met in the oil. It's wallowing between $80 and $90 per barrel, but the chances are that it's going to go to much, much higher levels. The Russians, have been suffering because of sanctions and everything, even before the Ukraine conflict, and they've been particularly expansionist, very, very quietly, much quieter than the Chinese, into other commodities such as energy fuels and water rights. Few people realize that the Russians indirectly and directly control about 48% of the world's coal reserves, 57% of the world's petroleum reserves, about 58% of the nuclear reserves and resources. So, you know, and they're also now, in the last 20 years, they've been investing in acquiring water rights across the world. Quite interesting, that one. And I mean, I haven't managed to confirm the number, but I've seen a number of reports that say that Russia controls up to 30% of the fresh water rights of the world already. So, you know, Vladimir Putin is a very clever guy. He's a chess master. Don't underestimate him. And then if we look at the energy mix between today, 2022, and 2052, so let's say the next 30 years, I don't care what anybody says, you can look that coal is going to remain dominant as the baseload power producer. Even the International Energy Agency in their latest reports admit this openly and say by 2052, they expect to see coal reduced from today's 57% of all electrical power generation down to 40%. So it'll still be 40% in 2052. So how is that going to contribute to a net zero world anthropogenic impact, even if we apply clean coal technologies, which are incredibly efficient in reducing all emissions, even if we apply that to all the new power stations? Certainly, we've got a nuclear future, which is secure. I mean, that's ultimately the only true net zero energy source over time. Uranium's definitely going to boom. And the IEA is saying that your nuclear power in the next 30 years will double from 10% to 20%. And then liquid natural gas, they say, is going to be stable at around 25%, because there simply isn't enough natural gas to go higher than that. And then on the renewable front, I mean, obviously renewable energy is, as a place, it's the fastest growing, but it'll never be a baseload source. And it's still only 6% of the total energy market. And by 2052, the IEA is saying it could grow to 15%. So at 15% of power generation, how is that going to equal net zero? It's a pipe dream. It's not happening. As I say, anybody who believes it's delusional. And then other things that are really important from a financing perspective, financing, the projects that we all work on and keep us alive, is things like currency. I mean, there's been a shadow reserve currency unit, an electronic unit, since October the 1st, 2016, which is called a special drawing right. It's issued by the IMF to the dollar swap countries and the G7 countries and one or two other select countries. Certainly silver as being set to return as a unit, a monetary unit. We're definitely going to have electronic units only in future. I mean, it's a clear International Monetary Fund and G7 plan. There's lots of public declarations and papers about it saying that it's going to happen. And the IMF itself is looking at its own digital currency with digital ledger technology. But interestingly, all these CBDCs are going to be gold backed. All these statements made and indications are that they're going to be gold backed. And this is why you're seeing gold hoarding by the central banks across the world over the last 10 years. And that's even accelerated in the last 2 years. And when it comes to crypto, well, crypto is not currency, people. It's a token. The likelihood is most of them will crash once the CBDCs become officially. I mean, blockchain and Ethereum are likely to remain foundational to the entire system as technologies, but the individual coin offerings, I mean, more than 90% of them have failed already, and the others are just not sustainable because there's nothing behind them. It's just an idea, basically. And gold and other hard commodities are going to be backing everything in the future. Another key strategic indicator, one that I've learned to watch over the last sort of 15 years, is the billionaires. Look at the top 10 billionaires. They're arrogantly very public about what they're doing. They've got blogs, they write papers, they're always in the public domain. And if you look at what they're doing, well, they're not investing in treasuries or bonds because of real negative returns. They've reduced their paper money, fiat cash, and forex holdings. They've been piling into gold and silver bullion and coins. They're investing in energy storage technologies, investing in energy fuels, physical metals and options, buying mining equities. They've got a focus of about 10% on majors, 25% on the mid caps, and 65% on juniors. So a lot of the big billionaire investors are into the junior companies, and they're the ones with the money. They like risk. They're prepared to take the risk. They can afford to take the risk, and hence they're one of the best sources of funding for junior explorers and mining developing companies. And they're also buying agricultural land and agricultural commodities and agri-technologies. I mean, Bill Gates is now the largest agricultural landowner in the United States. And there's a number of other billionaires are not far behind him, buying up land in Canada and Latin America, Brazil, Argentina, and so on. And they're also buying strategic water positions and related technologies such as desalination technologies, etc. And of course, they're also into artificial intelligence. So if you put all those things together, I collectively call them stuff. So that's what the billionaires are investing in: tangible stuff, things that the world needs, things that will continue to maintain their status and their control ability. If we then look at Africa impact specifically in the next 30 years up to 2052, what am I seeing? Well, I definitely see that a lot of the capital flows are going to start to capture more and more, in inverted commas, green related resources and metals. You're going to see more contrarian investment in mining, energy, construction for green manufacturing, such as battery factories, electric vehicles and solar panels. I mean, just yesterday, I was attending a conference in the Eastern Cape here, the Eastern Cape Development Conference. I'm an associate in a company that's going to be building EV and stationary application batteries in South Africa, supplying the auto industry. So that's coming to the forefront. And there's increased investment at home in Africa in green economy. They're all trying to follow the COP26 and COP27 just transition, as they're calling it. So the various value chain elements that are associated with that are going to become important. From an exploration perspective, I think more and more application of new technologies using AI is going to come to the forefront, which will accelerate the ability to refine resources. And precious metals is going to continue to have a large focus, gold, silver, platinum, and palladium, for really simply to underwrite the financial system as monetary units. Although we can also see platinum and palladium have been strongly repositioning as energy metals too, particularly focused on the development of hydrogen-based technologies. There's then this other word that keeps getting bandied about, ethical. Everything must be ethical. The investors use this terminology, particularly the major institutions, ethical copper, ethical nickel, ethical manganese, etc., etc. That's also a factor for fundability of projects, even at the exploration level. And then vanadium is going to be important for grid storage, for redox flow-through batteries, because for large stationary applications, lithium-ion batteries are just too expensive. I'll give you an example. One company, we're developing a utility scale project in Botswana. The first utility scale 100 megawatt solar PV project will start construction in January. When we looked at the battery storage, I mean, the 100 megawatt project's around $100 million in investment. To put enough batteries in to store 30% of the production we would produce would also cost $90 million. So it's just so expensive. It's just not economical. Then, of course, thermal coal for energy generation is going to be extremely important in the SADC region here, especially also for liquid fuels, continuing to support liquid fuel production at Sasol, but also a new liquid fuels plant, which is slated to be built in Botswana over the next 5 years. And then, of course, uranium will continue to grow in importance. Few people, I think, realize or even forget, those that did know, that up until 1984, South Africa was the largest supplier of uranium in the world. And right through the 60s, 70s, and 80s, because, of course, it was a key product of the gold mines. All the gold mines was gold and uranium. Goldfields was gold and uranium. Anglo-American was gold and uranium division. And for every gold mine, gold plant, we had a uranium plant, which were all mothballed. So we've still got massive resources available both on surface, in residues, in dumps, like at the Cook section at Randfontein Estates. There's about 60 million pounds of uranium sitting there in those dumps that's extractable, and so on and so forth. So that's certainly going to come to the fore, and certain companies out there like Sibanye, for instance, are looking at those developments. Other impacts on a macro scale is the African Union in Addis Ababa. They're having more and more importance in economic development and financial governance across Africa, particularly as far as it relates to the natural resources industry and mining, because they see, rightly so, our industry as the tip of the spear for economic development. I mean, they are actively promoting the BRICS, the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa development bloc, and away from the east, away from the west, moving towards the east. That's a very definite trend. And I work a lot with the African Union, so I can talk from an insider perspective as far as that's concerned, where their mind's at. They're certainly promoting and driving their member countries to implement, fast-track mineral resource development, which is great for our exploration industry, and also managing for investment from the BRICS countries, in particular India, Russia, and China. There's certainly a technology focus and deployment for economic expansions, more and more technology focus in decision making, a strong focus on precious metals for supporting the central bank digital currency. The African Union are looking at a global African CBDC, and there's going to be potentially some subunits of that, one for SADC, one for East Africa, one for North Africa, one for West Africa. All these are factors that are going to affect the structure and fundability of natural resource development projects going forward. And you know that we're going to have increasing growth rates going forward once we get through this reset out of the pandemic. Domestic consumption will rebound. We are a developing continent, and there's going to be a lot of Western export substitution to China also, and that's going to impact on investment in Africa. Although there's quite a few countries on the fence economically in Africa. I've attended a number of AU meetings recently, and they seem to be financially torn between West and East, but it's definitely moving more eastwards. The financial system is definitely, as I said, going to be reset. There is manipulation, it's real. And if, again, you don't believe that, you're delusional. Banks and governments are definitely conspiring to manipulate markets and cover up their mistakes. I mean, the pandemic created a perfect cover for much of what could and is likely to follow in the next decade, excuse me, in terms of changes in the monetary system. And if you think we're going to see this amazing recovery in any sector, again, it's not happening, except in the precious metals, which is fundamental to support the notion of sound money, which will underwrite the CBDCs going forward. I mean, the problem is that, you know, up until about 1980, basically the stock market used to equal the economy everywhere, but today it doesn't. You know, we've got global Federal Reserve and central bank managed credit cycle, and this is basically controlling everything that moves in the economy and all investment. And of course, the deluge of money that literally rained from the sky has fueled the stock markets. It hasn't really gone into the street. And you also, if you look at bank shares, they're at an all-time low right now. I mean, if you look at the world as a whole, roughly there's about 400 trillion in capital in the world. About 150 trillion is in treasuries or bonds, which are really almost worthless with the way even with the interest rates where they are. They barely break even, and most in reality are still negative on a return basis. There's about 120 trillion in cash, which is again almost worthless because fiat money or paper money is devalued about 95% over the last 50 years, led by the dollar, of course. And what does that leave? Well, that leaves about 130 trillion, if my maths is correct, in equities, which can be split between natural resources and mining, which is only about 10% of the equity markets, believe it or not. And everything else is 90% is everything else, industrials and tech and whatever else. And of course, the everything else is really all in a massive money printed bubble and is going to crash. So the safe haven then is, as I said, is stuff based in precious metals as a hedge against bond, bank, and fiat currency failure. And then, of course, industrial commodities that we consume as a human race to survive are where it's going to be at. That's where the safe money will be going. And in fact, the top 10 billionaires of the world have shown that's exactly what they're doing. So, you know, we are looking at a global reset of the financial system. It's not coming, it's already here. It's been here for a while with bond yields railing volatile. The big guys are sold out, speculators in, and the pension funds are all desperate across the world. They're all in trouble, being shored up artificially by the central banks. You saw recently the UK pension fund system nearly collapsed. And of course, bonds, I mean, they're offering bonds with a yield for up to 50 and 100-year term. I mean, come on, who knows what's going to happen in 50 to 100 years? We don't even know what's going to happen in 10 years with any certainty. And the Forex markets, of course, are totally disconnected at the moment as well. And then add to that, the final macro picture is really focused on public debt ratios. I mean, the US has about 30 trillion now in foreign debt, 230 trillion as a country. Japan, 22 trillion foreign debt and 250 as an economy. And the Eurozone has about roughly 20 trillion in foreign debt and 130 trillion as an economy. I mean, those are huge numbers. They can never repay that. I mean, on a GDP basis, that's about, what, 11.5 times the US GDP, about 16 times the Japan GDP, and roughly 7 times the Eurozone GDP. I mean, those debts are never going to be repaid. The only thing they can do is reset and replace the system with something different. And the pension fund deficits are continuing to grow. The defaults in housing and motor vehicle finance is at staggering levels, never at the highest levels ever recorded. And of course, the social security and the medical aid funds have got huge deficits. And then there's this war on cash, you know, devaluation and demonetization of the fiat monetary system, electronic payments, acceleration and enforcement, central bank digital currencies, which I said that's imminent. Very soon that's going to happen. And because they want more visibility for more tax collection, more and more taxes are what's needed to fund these government programs. So, and decentralized finance products, you know, with crypto is dying a death completely. And we saw the recent crash in FTX. So what does this mean for our industry? Well, there's definitely a bull market in precious metals. Has been around for a while. It's been decades in the making, and actually all the way.
Welcome back, Alan. You've made the switch over, so you may please continue, sir. Thank you.
I'm back.
Yeah, no worries.
The world of load shedding. Anyway, thank God for generators. Okay, so where was I? Right, yes. Yeah, so we're now moving into the meat after having covered all those macro factors that why I believe that, you know, net zero is not happening. If we look then at again what we're seeing, there's really this bull market in precious metals, which has been decades in the making. I mean, really, in my view, since 1971. When gold was effectively disconnected from fiat currency by President Nixon. I mean, that impact. And today the sentiment and the prevalent narrative, you know, is really the key to what the price is for every given commodity. And the commodity price drives sentiment, drives interest, drives investment into development of new projects and expansion of existing ones. Especially for gold and silver, the precious metals side, which, as I say, now lumps in platinum and palladium as well, which are more and more being actually spoken of as sound money. I mean, it has to be noted, of course, that, I mean, gold, the supply of gold only increases at about 1.5% to 2% per annum, roughly, globally. And about 25% of that currently is produced in China and held in China. They don't export, they keep everything there, and they're a big importer. So really, it's not possible for a rapid response to demand for precious metals because the cycle is so long for new gold and silver production. At least 8 to 10 years once a project has been discovered, it's got a resource, it's been engineered and it's permitted and can be built. I mean, gold and spot silver prices are wildly undervalued because of manipulation in preparation for what's coming. But I believe that, you know, and the demand though is out there. If you go and want to buy a Krugerrand today or a US gold eagle or a silver eagle, you will find that the premiums on silver at the moment are about 44% over the real, you know, the listed price, and for gold it's about 38%. That's how much you're going to have to pay more to buy that 1 ounce of pure gold, and you're going to have to wait for it because all the gold coil shops are out of stock. You can go to the South African Gold Coin Exchange today and go and ask for some Krugerrands. They will laugh at you. When I last asked about 2 months ago, I was told 3 months delivery, 3 months. So the demand is there. People know, and they flee into these solid assets. If we look at precious metals specific, then based on this general demand, I mean, there was no demand in 2016. In 2018, it turned. In 2022, as I've said, the demand is overwhelming. And I believe that gold will blow through its all-time high and likely reach well beyond $2,500 an ounce by the end of next year. I mean, central banks rates, they're attempting to maintain this illusion, but gold and silver are actually inversely correlated to yields. I mean, if you really look at the numbers. But commodities in general are going to go up, and gold equities are going to remain on a charge. And I believe they're going to go ballistic in the next 12 to 18 months. You know, we're continuing to see deflation in next year. And I think that will get stagflation in the back end of next year. And that's going to mean more supply shortages. The global logistical supply system is in trouble. And all this is going to factor into the fact that materials are not going to get where they need to be in order to drive clean energy systems that speak to the narrative of net zero. And more you're likely to see currencies debased, and that's going to be a problem for fundability and access to capital. If we look at base metal specific, I mean, the base metal story is essentially an energy story, and of course an industrial manufacturing of stuff story. The population explosion, you know, we've seen over the last 100 years or so, linked with technology advancements, logistical and economic access, has really transformed demand cycles, although it's struggling at the moment since the pandemic. And in many cases, you know, it's been approaching exponential growth rates in certain areas in demand for commodities. But then, of course, you have to add to this the political narrative that's driving the anti-CO2 sentiment and the constant push for the green economy by any means. But my favorite question in the world now when I speak to these green activists is, please explain to me what is green. And I believe me, they can't. Not one of them can. They don't even know what it means. It's become this weird and wonderful buzzword. They don't even know that CO2 is not a pollutant, but it's fundamental to life. These people that are actively pushing for all these things are absolutely clueless. They're not natural scientists. They're not engineers. They don't understand. They're just driving the narrative for their own agenda. So in base metals, I see, you know, definitely a growth in production, but it's not going to be exponential. It's going to be a slow and steady rise over the next 10 to 15 years. And demand's definitely already outstripping supply, you know, certainly within the next 1 to 2 years across the board. And in particular, this is going to manifest in energy generation, energy storage, and electric vehicles. And that's why, you know, net zero is not going to happen. And it's going to mean incredible price increases for nickel, cobalt, lithium, copper, graphite, etc. And that's all going to flow through the system. I mean, recently in last month, I think it was the 21st of October, if I'm not wrong, Reuters issued a study that they'd done on all the auto manufacturers in the world and their claims and forecasts for what they're going to do, what they've told their boards and their shareholders they're going to do by 2032, in the next 10 years. And I looked at the numbers of how many cars they say they're going to build, EVs that is, and how much money they're going to invest. The total investment across the board, I think it was 50 car companies, was $1.2 trillion in gigafactories and related infrastructure. Now,
sorry, Alan, 5 minutes.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, fine. That investment in there is not going to happen for the simple reason that if you translate that and you do the calculation back to metals that us guys are going to need to find and develop and produce, you know, we need 15 times the amount of sulfide nickel class 1 nickel that we're currently producing globally. We need 12 times, we need another 17 million tons of copper in that same time period. And so it goes on. So it's just not happening. The metal is not there. And if you look at the investment required to produce the metals required, then we're talking anywhere between $6 and $7 trillion. Where's that money going to come from? I'm not seeing it. And while there are a lot of deposits out there that metallurgically today, with the technology available, we can process, in particular, like I'm talking about high acid consuming deposits like oxides that have been left behind for years and years, with the predominant base metal processing being sulfide acid leaching. What that means is that, you know, if we're going to find new deposits, we need about $200 billion in just in exploration investment. And where's that going to come from with the jurisdictional risk across the world right now, the social risk, all the ESG factors, you know, all these things mitigate against any of this happening, and the political narrative is just not going to work. I mean, the current copper market is 24 million tons a year, 10 times the nickel market. And as I've said, the amount of copper we need, I mean, we need another 16 million tons by 2052. It's not going to happen. Nickel, same story. As I've said, 15 times the current production. We also have to look at infrastructure commodities. I mean, iron ore is a commodity whose futures, you know, massively related to potential infrastructure. That's an issue. Aluminium is a dark horse. There are sufficient resources and reserves globally, but most of it is in what I would call dicey jurisdictions where logistical routes are long and prone to interruptions from conflicts. So that's a major factor. Thermal coal is going to continue to be front and center. We've seen the price trajectory shoot up to $450 a ton. It's now resettled back at $250 a ton, but it's going to be there for the future. And uranium is going to be a big one. Uranium development is going to come to the front. So from a value prediction perspective, as I said, I'm seeing gold by 2052, gold above $3,500 an ounce, silver well above 100, platinum definitely over 1,500, palladium 2,500, copper at least $15,000 a ton. The current incentive price to build a copper mine is around $12,500 a ton. Copper, nickel will be well north of $30,000 for sure. Cobalt will maintain above 75,000, while the chemistry is constantly evolving. There's no solution for cobalt for thermal stability in electrical vehicle batteries, and safety and health is the key issue there, and risk for getting sued. So cobalt's here to stay. Graphite's going to be a big one. I mean, we need a lot of graphite, and I think that's going to be well north of $15,000 a ton. Lithium, of course, zinc, and then uranium above $75 a pound. So our sector is in boom times. It's going to get better and better, and I'm just hoping that we're going to see the necessary flow into the exploration sector and the development sector to develop resources to compliant status, because that's where we need to focus. But the question is, are the investors going to deploy that risk capital into that? And then to finish off, you know, where do I see all of us as mining business leaders? Where do I see our focus right now? Well, I think we have to be strategic always. You've seen all the macro factors that are impacting on our industry. We need to be strategic. We have to review our assumptions continually because it's changing. We have to look at global issues and trends, you know, what's hot and what's not. Look at impact and consequence. You know, everything moves in cycles. We have to focus on positioning to capture demand, and that's why focusing on the right mineral suite, particularly polymetallics, is important. Obviously, there's a focus on sustainable investment and returns for shareholders. ESG is right or wrong as front and center. I mean, for me, ESG is just rebadging of what we've always been doing in the industry. You know, sustainable development, corporate social responsibility, governance, they're all the same things, just rebadged, and all of a sudden everybody thinks it's new, which it's not. And then we have to design, I think, unconventional. We have to be contrarian in our approach. Conventional doesn't cut it today. I mean, the convention is out of the window. Nothing is conventional anymore. And in terms of our strategic discussion horizon, I mean, it has to be a 1 to 3 year rolling picture. It's constantly changing, and we have to do that strategically. And then look for what's the next big thing. You know, we have to look from the outside into our organizations and for an inside out in that interface, our interfacing with the natural resources and mining industry generally. So I've thrown a lot at you guys today, I know. I will put all that down into something that's a reference you can use to reference back to this talk today, and I will send that out to Shego so I can distribute it to you guys. But once again, thanks very much for the opportunity, Tanya, Sifiso. It was an honor and a pleasure to speak to you today.
Thank you, Alan. We really appreciate that. And thanks for throwing in all those considerations and insights from geopolitical, financial, socio-political, economic, and more importantly, what the implications are for, exploration in Africa, and, closing off around how we should approach it, in light of,
yes,
this transition. So thank you for that. That was really a good talk. Speaking and also shedding light on on your favorite question, right, to the green people. What does green mean? And giving us some of the answers there. And speaking of questions, are there any questions for Alan? Please put your hand up, or alternatively, if you can't find your hand, or locate your hand, unmute yourself, and then we'll give an opportunity. So we've got a few minutes. Any questions? Is Mark B on? Mark Burnett. I know he's always got a few questions. Mike, any questions from you guys?
I think everybody's in shock.
Yeah, they're considering. Okay. Mary, you've unmuted yourself. Go for it.
Yeah, I couldn't find my hand. I suppose the question is, with the policies that are being made, I mean, Namibia, there's a lot of policies made and a lot of money being put towards training for the green hydrogen and the green sector and all these things that are supposed to support it. What do we as geoscientists, how do we fall into these pictures? Because we don't see a lot of emphasis on mineral exploration. Although when we look at the plants that they do have, and the intensity of minerals that are going to be needed, we should be actually at the forefront if this is going to be a realistic thing. How do we then as geoscientists come in to bridge that gap?
Yeah, it's a good question, Mary, and this is where there's a major disconnect, because these sorts of investment divisions, I mean, Namibia is a good example. I mean, there is this project. They've cited on the coast of Namibia as being the world's leading place to produce green hydrogen, regardless of the very difficult and the long supply chains and logistics to Europe. They want to invest as much money as the GDP of Namibia, i.e. $10 billion US. 10 billion US dollars in this one project. But if you look at the project fundamentally, and you look at, they're not investing anything locally in Namibia in terms of accessing any of the natural resources. For instance, taking the tin or the tantalum or silver or anything that can go into panel manufacturer for the solar panels that are going to feed the power for the electrolyzers that's going to process the seawater to generate and crack for the green hydrogen. They're not looking at that. They're not liaising or speaking to the natural science professions about how that can be integrated. It's simply an investment coming from Germany, predominantly in the EU, and they're going to put it, and they're doing it for their own ends because they want green hydrogen in order to prop up their political narrative that they sold to their population over the last 20 years. I mean, the Germans have invested 3.8 trillion euro in the green economy, and it's made, and look at them, their energy system has collapsed. It hasn't worked. So now they're trying to supplement it with hydrogen. So there is a big disconnect, and we have to keep lobbying. We have to lobby our political elements and just cry out and say, guys, you know, you need to speak to us. We have a contribution to make here, and the investment you're making is not necessarily the right one, or it's not structured in the right way. So we just have to use our voice through organizations like the GSSA, like the Institute of Mining and Metallurgy, and all these, and keep banging on these doors to be heard.
Thanks, Ellen. Thanks, Mary. I'll take one more. Nchaka, you've unmuted yourself. Do you have another question, or did you want to add on Mary's question?
Yeah. Yes. I've got a very short question, and my question is that, I mean, I don't see the geosciences, the geologists actually contributing significantly to this debate on global climatic changes, global warming, and those kind of things, and just putting it in the correct scientific perspective. Because, I mean, if you look at the evolution of the Earth and the various geological epochs that the Earth has gone through, and the different climatic conditions that the Earth has gone through, without human input, without human presence, is that whether we are here or not, the world's climate is going to change. I mean, if you get one of the super volcanoes exploding tomorrow, the world climate as we know it today is gone. So I'm not saying, I'm not a denialist, but I'm just saying I don't see the geological community making inputs into this debate that make people look at the global weather changes as a natural phenomenon. That's going to happen, whether we're here or not tomorrow. It will happen. The Earth is going to cool down. The Earth is going to heat up, and it has happened.
And can I respond to that one first of all? You've just made a statement which I happen to agree with 100%. As I said in my opening, the world as a constant imbalance itself, and I was actually alluding to exactly what you've said. I mean, for me, one of the most telling things was during COP26 last year, there was more than 19 surface expressed volcanic eruptions ongoing at that time, 7 of which were of major significance, and the collective emissions of those volcanoes over a period, in fact, 6 of them are still ongoing today. They still haven't stopped, but it's not in the news, it's not in the press, it's ongoing. But collectively, those volcanic eruptions, I've seen estimates, they put more sulfur dioxide, noxious gases, and other emissions and particulates into the atmosphere. They did more impact on the global atmosphere and the climate than the entire human race has done since the Industrial Revolution. So you're exactly right, 100%, and it's become it's just a political narrative, a political debate, and we haven't got time today to discuss it. I'm happy to chat with you offline about it, but my point was that, you know, our impact as natural scientists and engineers towards this green energy, all we can do is focus on truth and science and engineering. We deal with facts. We can't deal with hairy-fairy narratives. So, but we have to be aware of the macro factors, how it's impacting the funding of the projects that we work on, that we will develop to contribute to, you know, the consumptive needs of the human race. So it's an awareness thing, and my, you know, in my experience, the average natural scientist, no, you know, disrespect meant, are clueless about these macro factors. They're so focused on the project they're on at the moment and what they're doing. And these are important elements that we as an industry, we as scientists have to be aware of. But yeah, happy to take these other questions offline. Chego can give my email out to anyone who hasn't got it. I'm happy to have a separate call with anyone and discuss these factors. But thanks for that, Chaka.
thank you very much. And Ellen, thank you. I'm delighted this is going to be recorded, because for those days where I think, what the hell are we doing and why are we doing it? I'm going to play your presentation and commit it to memory, from your lips to God's ears. And regrettably, I think you're right. I think the world has maneuvered itself into a position where there was that wonderful poster one day of a whole bunch of engineers looking at a bridge and the locomotive being in the river. The caption is not to be publicly broadcast, but it was one of those moments. And regrettably, I think as a global society, we're rapidly heading in towards one of those. And what's going to get us out of that? Successful exploration. And with exploration, one has to work out, where do you start? And most of us will start with a commodity in mind. And once we've selected that particular commodity, we then have to look at where in the globe do we start to look. And the pointers we use are, on one end of the spectrum, regional geology, and on the other side of the spectrum, potentially what artisanal miners have been doing. It's generally said that the best place to find a new mine is in the shadow of the headgear of a previous mine. We like to think there's a twist to this. How about finding a new mine at the extension of the development of a previous existing mine underground? And our story is a story of such a catalyst. Botswana used to be a regular, consistent producer of both nickel and copper, coming out of Silibi Pikwe, out of the BCL operation. Suddenly in 2016, everybody came to work one Saturday morning and the gates were locked. And there was a team of people who told them all to go home, and the mine was now being shut. The economic, and particularly the people impact, personal impact on the people of the Silibi Pikwe environment and surrounds was enormous. Now, BCL was not liquidated because it had run out of resources. In our opinion, quite to the contrary. There were other factors, economic factors, that contributed to this. And we will go through this morning why we believe there remains a bright future still to be unlocked. So I'm going to run through who Premier Nickel Resources are, what our plans are, how we're progressing, and what does our dream of the future look like. So there was a usual cautionary statement, which basically says that I won't knowingly lie to you, and if I do, I'm absolved of any responsibility. Some technical and scientific information. And when my computer wakes up, an overview of Premier Nickel Resources. As the name suggests, we are a nickel explorer and developer. We listed in Canada. Like many of the good exploration companies, Canada is one of the few markets where explorers can get access to liquid capital pools. We have a market capitalization of anywhere between 200 and 250 million Canadian dollars, depending on where the market sentiment is on that particular day. And quite importantly, 30% of the company remains controlled by board and management, which is quite extraordinary given the state of development of where we're at. Our flagship assets are in Botswana, where we own 100% of the Silibi mine, which comprises 2 and 4 shafts of the old BCL complex. And we recently acquired ownership of the Selkirk mine up near Francistown. We have a project in Greenland, another in Morocco, and one in Canada. Picking up from Alan's insights, the world into which we produce and feed our products is changing. And previously, one would feed your concentrates into a smelter, who would produce a metal, who would then send that metal to battery manufacturers, who then break it back down and make a nickel salt or whatever they are required for their particular battery chemistry. We believe there's an opportunity to short circuit this, and we've set up a metals group to interact with the end users of the products we will create and provide us with sufficient data to engineer the processes that are required to produce a product that can go directly into the battery manufacturers. So P&R is a combination of a formerly listed company, North American Nickel, and a private company, Premier Nickel Resources Corporation, which was established with the sole purpose of acquiring selected assets from the BCL liquidation. We now own 100% of the Selebi mine, that's Selebi North and Selebi South, and the Selkirk mine. These mines are fully permitted. They've got existing infrastructure. They're under care and maintenance. They're dry. We don't have any of the legacy liabilities, including what is quite an extensive remediation required up at the Pickaway mines. And we're good to go. We've initiated a 15,000 meter drill program to convert SAMREC resources into 43-101. Every market sort of has its own and requirements, and that's going to take us a little bit of time and work. So we've progressed quite a long way given where we started. We've completed a fatal flaw study on the assets, completed 2 years ago. We've issued a 43-101 compliant geological report on Selebi. We're busy compiling the same for Selkirk. And it's our objective to develop these mines into flagship nickel copper producers anywhere in the world, with the technology both from a mining perspective and a very, very strong drive on the social impact, one of the components that really attracted me to these projects in the beginning. So we've got some historic non-43-101 compliant resources, about 11 million tonnes, almost 5 at Selebi North, and then about 125 at Selkirk. Our objective in our PEA resource will be to get 23 million tonnes at Selebi, another 10 at Selebi North, and around 55 million tonnes at Selkirk. So if we have a closer look at where we are, we're right up in the eastern corner of Botswana, right on the town border of Selebi Pickaway, which was developed around the whole BCL operation. BCL consisted on the right-hand side of the white square and then the red square. And so the Pickaway mines are located within the white square, and we acquired the Selebi mines, which is the red square below us. Nickel copper mineralization at the Selebi areas occur as massive stringer and disseminated sulfides, and this includes pyrrhotite, pentlandite, chalcopyrite, and they're associated with a folded and an amphibolite, granulite, facies, metamorphized amphibolite, an extraordinary mouthful for just a simple engineer. What is important is that these operations have supported 30 years of mining, and we have the reconciliations match very well with the resource statements, which gives us a great and strong, solid foundation on which to base our exploration and our further development and the assumptions that we are making going forward. So historically, we've got about 15 million tonnes inferred resources, which we will start firming up and bringing into 43-101 compliance. We have a little bit of a closer look at the physical infrastructure. The number 2 shaft, Selebi South, commissioned 42 years ago. It's hoisted 26 million tonnes while it was active, and it is going to hoist a whole lot more in the near future. Selebi North was commissioned 10 years later, and they've hoisted 14 million tonnes through that. So both mines, you have proven mining, you've got proven reconciliations against resource statements versus what came out. You have all the infrastructure you need to put these mines back into operation. And from a mine development component, hugely de-risked in terms of physical infrastructure. Those 2 shafts you're looking at in today's prices would probably cost you around $500 million to put up. So that gives us a huge head start from the capital we require to develop this project going forward. But more importantly, it puts us well ahead on the timescale in that to sink these and set them all up, probably a 2, maybe a bit longer year process. And there they stand ready and waiting. But what impresses me more and more every single day, in fact, I just get astounded every day I work here, is the people and the team that we have assembled. This is a photograph I took, not necessarily for incorporation in this presentation, but we were doing underground inspection for where we're going to put drill cubbies to drill out Salibi North. This is taken right at the very bottom of the Salibi mine, with a team of the guys who helped us, including Monty Mpati, who is the local CEO. And in any mine that is operated for a period of time, you go down it and it becomes a bit of a rabbit warren, and there are pipes everywhere, there are cables everywhere. And if you were given a standing start, somebody dropped you there, you opened your eyes, and they said, right, you need to find the compressed air line. You need to identify which one of these it is, where it goes to, where it connects in, and where are the takeoff points and drainage points and all the rest. It would probably, provided you were given the drawings, it would probably take you a couple of days to work this all out and come down and be able to survey that particular line. Not so the case with the team we have, in that most of these guys have cut their teeth building this mine from the outset. They know each pipe. They know where they had gains from the ore body being mined. They know where they had pains. They know where the rock is competent. They know where the faults are. They know where the water comes in. It is just absolutely extraordinary. And regrettably, these are the kind of values, and I'm talking dollar value, that is seldom reflected on income statements and on projections. The learning curve has been gone through, and that is always the painful, narrow part of starting a project of the good old S-curve. A lot of time and money spent with very little progress. With this team, we are in the middle of that, and it really, for me, is very, very exciting. So I will get back to slightly more prosaic components. So if we look at the Salibi operations, why would we have decided to focus our efforts, energy, and money on developing them? And if I can just zoom in a little more on a longitudinal section. So you've got Salibi North, the left-hand side in the north, and Salibi South on the right-hand side. Distance between the two shafts about 8 kilometers. Mined out zones about 4 kilometers. So there's 4 kilometers of potential mineralized area that remains to be explored. Initially, or conventional wisdom prior to us interrogating this, was that these were two separate independent deposits. And I suppose anyone rationally looking at a mine in one point and 8 kilometers away, another one, both with fairly different geometries, I would conclude the same. But then as we started looking at the structures, at the geology, and really the tale of two holes solidified it, we believe that this was a continuous structure, and we believe that it is mineralized along its entirety. And given the historic grades mined, one would say, okay, so what? It's going to be deep. Is there, as one of our geologists says, is the juice worth the squeeze? And we came across two legacy holes, ST119 and ST140. Now, ST119 returned an intersection of almost 40 meters of massive nickel sulfide, with grades that are multiples of those that were previously mined. And that in itself is pretty interesting. And you go, okay, well, you know, as Rob Still would always tell me, one swallow does not a summer make. So let's throw a second swallow into the equation. SD140 had borehole electromagnetics done on it. And in the environment in which we are operating, borehole electromagnetics returns a signature from conductive material. The only material that is conductive in our environment is a nickel sulfide. And with the modern technology, it's extraordinary. They can pinpoint pretty much exactly where this electromagnetic plate is and give you an estimate of its size. And the plate at 140 is about 600 meters by about 300 meters in dimension. And it is at exactly the level of the intersect on ST119. Now, if one extrapolates the intersection, assuming if you pick a number in terms of what you think it might be the average width of this thing, over 600 by 300, you get an enormous addition to the potential tonnage available for us on which to build a mine. And it seems that the grades, there must have been some remobilization, sulfides have been concentrated, and the grade is a lot higher. So to kick off, our first point of departure needed to be, let's check this. And SMD 22001, our maiden hole, threw up 25 meters of massive nickel sulfide, which clearly put a bit of a spring in our step. So historically, we have the light blue area is where the historic mining took place. And this was all really in a mineralized amphibolite, not terribly thick, 2 to 4 meters, heading down. And then the green holes are historic holes that were done by VCL, which we think missed the really juicy zone. Obviously, ST119 was one of theirs, which went straight through it. ST140 was the one that returned the borehole electromagnetic plate. And if one kept going, so we kept going, did a whole lot more borehole electromagnetics and got all of those yellow plates coming out, which are on the current, what is expected mine horizon level. We started getting some signatures that we couldn't initially understand. And then when we did a bit more work on them, indicate a horizon below the existing mine horizon. So now there are 2 horizons of highly conductive material. And we're overlaying our drill program in order to get our 43101 compliant resources. So where are we and what are we planning? We're planning to get a PEA out in mid-2024 and are drilling to get the resources to support that. In terms of what we've done, we have demonstrated that the structure is continuous between Selibi and Selibi North. We've demonstrated that that structure is mineralized between Selibi and Selibi North. We're now acquiring the data required to better understand the controlling structures of this parasitic hinge fold between the two, so that we can plan the required underground exploration drifts and surface program to be able to get us the resources that we're aiming at.
Sorry, Boris, 5 minutes.
Yowza. I talk too much. Okay, so we've done Metwork, and our objective in Metwork was to produce a nickel concentrate and a copper concentrate, nickel plus 10, copper plus 30, which we've done, and also to separate out the tails, a high sulfur tail, which will go in underground for backfill, and a lower sulfur tail, which we'll use to store on a tailings storage facility on the surface. That's what Salibi South will look like, underground workings to the south, the electromagnetic plates and the SAMREC resources to the north. We're looking at 5 million tons from surface, 18 million tons from underground. Similarly, at Salibi North, we have this strong correlation of electromagnetic plates with where we believe the mineralization is, and the SAMREC resource concurs and is aligned with that. Bay number 3 was where that photograph was taken on Tuesday morning. We have 3 drill bays coming down the ramps, and we're putting in a dry, just another 5. We're looking for around 10 million tons from Salibi North. If we go up to the Selkirk mine, this is near Francistown. It was a small, massive nickel sulfide that Anglo-American mined from underground. And the grades were such that they didn't even bother processing them, direct shipping ore straight into the smelter at Pickwear. Around that core is a very, very large area of disseminated sulfides. And what's very exciting about this particular property is that it includes PGEs. So one gets a nickel copper concentrate with a PGE component, and the PGE component is plus 30% of the total revenue contained in that particular basket. What is interesting is it has an extraordinarily flat grade tonnage curve, which will support a large open cast mine. And we are doing some network on this to lift the recoveries somewhat. A lot of work has been done on the historic resources of it, which gives us great data and base on which to plan the mine going forward. So our team is made up of some very experienced geophysicists who understand and know how to conduct these electromagnetic surveys with high degrees of accuracy. And included in our team are Monty and Nate, who both cut their teeth as young mining engineers building these mines, and Monty rose to a position of actually running it. Similarly, managerial position in BCL, and then moved on to Discovery Mines and also Kiani Metals. So huge expertise and experience on all ends of the spectrum. So we believe that the fundamental basis remains in the ground, that there are resources ready and waiting for us to extract and to be able to fill into the gap that Alan so eloquently presented as available to all of us in the industry. And in so doing, to rejuvenate what is a somewhat stressed town, city, and the people around it. And doing so by supporting this transfer to green energy, Alan, whatever the heck that may mean, but there is no doubt that increased electrification is going to be a very real component of all of our futures, and copper, nickel, cobalt, PGEs all feed directly into that. So we will keep you updated on our progress from time to time, but remain wildly excited here in the eastern side of Botswana.
Thank you, Boris, for that very well illustrated presentation. We like always seeing massive sulfides, and indeed your progress is very exciting. I mean, I had the opportunity to go to Salibi Mines in about 2007. Bates was also on this call, was there for that visit. It's around the same time Lan owned both BCL and Tati Nickel Mines. We were working on Selkirk actually. And that's where I actually came across Ellen at Phoenix. But it's very exciting and to see what you guys have done with that. Are there any questions for Boris? Please, if you can't find or locate your hand, unmute yourself, then we'll give you an opportunity. I'll take 1 or 2 questions. Any questions? Mike, Fenta?
Hi, Boris. Thanks for a great talk on Salibi Pickwear. It's good to see the potential there. you mentioned some quite striking conductors, and just a question, is there a chance that any of those conductors could be graphite?
the bogeyman for electromagnetics. Mike, thank goodness to date, graphite isn't present in any of the drilling that we've done. So no, we've been able to eliminate that.
Okay, good. Just because sometimes you get a nasty surprise when you drill your conductor.
Indeed. We've seen that in nickel projects in Tanzania, and we're very aware of it and very wary that we might be getting responses from a graphite. But to date, thank goodness, all of our drills have come up clean for any graphite.
Okay, all good. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Very well-renowned graphite specialist. Thank you for that question. Any other, Wilson? Go for it.
Yes, sir.
Good, thanks, sir. Go for it. You have a
great
question
stuff.
for
Boris, great talk. Just from a geology perspective, just want to find out in terms of the initial work and the closing and the current work that was done. What is it exactly that you think made a difference for these new discoveries? Is it some geophysics, some reinterpretation, and all of those? Just to summarize it.
I think, I think the existing operation were heading in the right direction. These guys were not incompetent. But what tripped up BCL was a very expensive refurbishment of the smelter, which then failed to restart. So they were unable to, they were not geared up to be able to sell a commercial concentrate. They were making a low-grade concentrate, which was smelter feed. So I think they would have got there in the end. I think the interpretation of those two particular boreholes were really the ones that put a spring in our step and got us to look a little bit closer at what might be going on down there, in that the area that had been mined would look, it's a great nickel ore, but is it a stellar one? We are at the prices Alan has projected. Man, oh man, yes, sure. But we believe there is better, and there does seem to be this remobilization that's happened. And I suspect the BCL team would have found it in time had they had the time and not had the stress of trying to keep the business afloat. So I think we just picked up from their work. We were given a great opportunity and head start on the work that they've done, and the luxury of time to properly work through and devote our energies to just that, as opposed to trying to keep a struggling operation afloat.
Thanks very much. Today we'll talk about this Aurora project, the first near-surface T-zone discovery. I hope you guys are ready for this talk. You can strap in, put your seatbelts on, crash helmets. I've got to fly through some of these slides because there's a lot of information to get on with. So further ado, I just want to quickly have a detour to acknowledge the company that made this all possible. And that's Sylvania Platinum. Sylvania Platinum is a lower-cost producer of platinum group metals, palladium, platinum, and rhodium, and they have operations located around South Africa. Their dump operations comprise basically 6 chrome beneficiation and PG processing plants, which focus on the retreatment of PGM-rich chrome tailings and materials from the mines around the Bushveld complex. And they dump operations of the largest PGM producers from chrome tailings retreatment in the industry. And the group also holds some mining rights for PGM projects in the northern limb of the Bushveld complex. And that's basically our starting point of today's talk. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining today and having a listen. It's really a privilege and an honor to be able to present this project to you. A lot of hard work and time has gone into getting it where it is today. Let me just put my laser points on. And with that, just a quick overview
I'll go over the geological setting of the bushveld in which this project is located, and then have a quick zoom in onto the northern limb, as that's where the project lies. And then we'll go into the project specifics and the background and history and what led to the discovery. And then we can have a look at the local geology and some pretty pictures of rocks, and us as all geologists would like that. Then we can go into the geochemistry and then just have a deeper dive into the understanding and what sort of drives these processes into forming such a deposit near surface in the Rustenburg layered suite, as well as then looking at the geological model and the model of formation. And then hopefully, if I've got some time, we can go through some pictures of the geological model that was constructed for this. So starting off, the Bushveld complex, located in the northern sectors of South Africa. It's one of the world's largest layered intrusions, igneous intrusions, and it's host to some of the most important magmatic PGM ore deposits around the world. It comprises of multiple subdivisions, and that's the Rustenburg layered suite here you see in the greens, as well as, and the gray, and then as well as the Rushhoek granifier and the Leboa granite suites here seen in the pink. The bushveld can be separated into three limbs at a high level. I know they're separate limbs, but at a high level, the western, eastern, and northern limbs, and is separated by the stubbers and Murchison lineament. And then their connection of these limbs at depth is still under quite a bit of debate among the Geological Society, but it's sort of postulated that the northern limb was formed separate to the eastern and western limbs. So the project falls within this northern limb area in the Rustenburg layered suite. So let's quickly have a look at the Rustenburg layered suite. The RLS for short, Rustenburg layered suite, is essentially the world's largest mafic intrusion, mafic, ultramafic intrusion, and it spans across approximately 65,000 kilometers squared in aerial extent and reaches up to thicknesses of about 9 kilometers at maximum. And that's just extraordinary amount of magma. It really does blow my mind just how much magma that can really, if you start to think about it too long. But anyways, the Rustenburg layered suite is host to the largest PG reserves on the planet, and among some other significant metal contributions such as chrome, nickel, copper, as well as vanadium up in the upper zones over here. And we can divide this Rustenburg layered suite into multiple subdivisions, and that's based largely on its spatial and physical and geochemical characteristics throughout the bushvelds. And from the base going upwards, we have our marginal zone, lower zone, critical zone, our main zone, and the upper zone, generally moving from more mafic material going upwards into more falsic material. And the critical zone is host to the most important reefs for platinum and chrome around the bushveld, and that is the Merensky and the UG2 reefs. So yeah, here's just some more information about those other zones. But moving on, we can have a look at the northern limb, which is where the project location is situated. The northern limb is essentially divided nicely into three sectors: our southern sector, our central sector, and this northern sector where we sit on Archean granites. And that's just essentially into which footwall rocks the Rustenburg layered suite is intruded. And the northern limb, interestingly, is unique because it hosts the Platte Reef deposit, which is not found anywhere else in the bushveld. And this Platte Reef deposit is essentially represented as a contact reef with skarn-like properties, a lot of magma mixing and contamination with that footwall. These footwall lithologies are of the Transvaal sediments, and they comprise of dolomite and ironstones, as well as some Pretoria group sites near the rail base. And the Platte Reef has been associated with the critical zone within the greater context of the Rustenburg layered suite, and with one of the most notable mineral occurrences, which I think is important for later on when we talk about this Aurora project and how maybe these things can be tied in, or what the previous understanding was, is that the Platte Reef has quite a high chromium content, and you can see a lot of chromite within that. So the Aurora project lies within this northern sector and rests within a thin sliver of the main zone, and rests on top of Archean granite. So let's have a look at that project area again. It's essentially situated about 90 kilometers north of the town of Mokopane, or 80 kilometers north west of Polokwane in the Limpopo province of South Africa. And the project spans across multiple farms, and they are Lapusela, Schaafhausen, Nonenworth, Fransplaats, and the southern section of Harriet's Wish. And the talk today is based around all the work that is done on this northern sector of Lapusela, which is highlighted in red there, which approximately 2.1 kilometers strike length of this known Aurora project, which is about 12% of that Aurora strike. So going into the history of that project, which started as far back as the 1970s, where Union Corporation was the first recorded attention on this project, where they scouted a potential economic target through a series of soil sampling, geophysics, and small drilling campaigns. But unfortunately, there was no information that was left behind for us to have a look at. Nevertheless, later on in late 1980s to early 1990s, Genman took more interest in this project area and conducted a larger soil sampling campaign. They identified an anomaly, which then prompted them to drill these 36 drill holes on the strike length of Nonenworth. And then later on, the project further progressed with Pan Palladium, which is a subsidiary of Sylvania Platinum, and they had secured over 154 assayed diamond drill holes across that entire strike length of the Aurora project. And that was coupled with a airborne geophysics program. And that led to, in 2004, RSG being able to provide the first inferred mineral resource of the entire strike length at 133 million tons, 2E plus gold, or 3E, at 1.3 grams per ton grade. That's quite a lot of tons at quite a bit of low grade. Not so interesting. It is interesting, but at low grade, people starting to think this might not be worth mining. Later on, MSA reviewed all the data, and they came up with even more tons at a lower grade. But essentially, the inferred category remained, meaning we had low geological confidence. So due to that lack of geological confidence in these resource estimates, in the last couple of years, EarthLab, my company, has been working on a proof of concept exploration project for Sylvania to see and investigate the potential turnaround of this project. And that led to an infill drilling program of 19 diamond drill holes on Lapusela on that short little strike length. And we relogged all the core along that strike length and on Lapusela as well. And hopefully by now, and know by now or seen, has been quite a great success in being able to produce a resource estimate that has significant portions falling within our indicated and measured categories. And then if you have not done so, I'd actually prompt you guys to go and read that ERS statement that's published by Sylvania. I think it would be an interesting read. It covers quite a bit more extensive detail than what I can in this short time slot that I have. But anyways, let's have a look at the project and why it had such a lack of geological confidence in the first place and what has changed since now. So here we can see one of the historical interpretations of stratigraphy that we used for the Aurora project. And the main target zone that they used was this Aurora subzone, or zone 3. And that zone essentially was described as a zone of gabbronorites containing peroxenite and calcilicate xenoliths. And these xenoliths were thought to be a reworking of flat reef material towards the south, which we can see in that map extended all the way towards that Archean granite just below the project area. So the thinking at the time was that we had a basal unit of the main zone reworking flat reef into which our mineralization. And the constraining factors for how they identified the zone 3 was based off of this Mapela A, B, and C system, which essentially described a decreasing content plagioclase system, where we had meso, mela, and leucogabbronorites. But that's caused quite a bit of confusion as to where to put your top and bottom boundary, and how thick is this zone going to be, how thin is this zone going to be, especially when you start to think about the multiple injections and cyclic layering nature of the Rustenburg layered suite, especially the main zone as well. So yes, essentially, this is the model that was applied at the time, the understanding that was applied at the time, a bunch of Platreesian liths within the main zone, at the base of the main zone, hosting all that mineralization. And these are the 3D models that were used on Lapicella and Nonanworth at the time for those inferred mineral resources. But generally, the lack of understanding or geological understanding at the time meant we basically had to go back to first principles and do quite a bit of research to gain a better grasp of the situation. So that's exactly what our team did. Fortunately, there had been some major advancements in the research and the understanding at the time on the far northern limb geology. And these publications actually proved to be the most useful in being able to set us on the right track and help us understand what we were looking at previously compared to what was understood at the time. So first of all, the research done by MacDonald et al. In 2017 was the basis of our new understanding. And this was basically the first link in the chain. And this publication suggests that the Waterberg T-zone and the Aurora project had fairly good similarities between them, and that they might have formed using the same or within the same process or during the same process. This publication also contested the idea that the Aurora project could be a northern extension of the Platte Reef, or that it had anything to the Platte Reef at all. But we'll have a look at that with some of the geochemistry produced during this publication as well, and the geochem that we looked at in our infill drilling program. Next, so if we're dealing with a T-zone like deposit on the PTM Waterberg side, we took a deeper dive into the research to gain a better understanding of that stratigraphy and what we could be dealing with in our core. So the work done by Kinnaird et al. And McCreesh et al. In these years was invaluable in helping us understand the T-zone and the geological terrain. And the presence of the variable lithological package with key identifying factors such as olivine-bearing units, olivine-bearing gabronorites and troctolites and harzbergites, as well as this anorthosite unit that they identified as well, were crucial to our understanding. The T-zone is essentially quite a complicated geological deposit or zone, I might add. It can be broken down into two separate units, the T1 and T units, that have a middling unit or may not even have a middling unit. So I would argue that it's quite important that when looking at something like this, that you have a fundamental understanding of the entire stratigraphic sequence, as well as knowing where you are in sort of temporal and geographic space within your spacing of drill holes. One important thing to note about the T-zone was that it straddled the boundary, or was along the boundary of the upper and main zones. And if you pay quite a lot of close attention to the core and the signs in the core, this can be readily identified. So armed with all that knowledge, we went and searched for similarities from what we read in our research and tried to link that up to what was physically on the core. And we spent a lot of time scrutinizing and trying to refine the right approach. And a lot of time went into it, looking at drill holes side by side. We eventually were confident enough to apply the stratigraphy that was seen in this figure, which is essentially quite a bit of a carbon copy of what was done for the Waterberg side as well. Main difference noting is that this was covered by a large package of sediments, and that you're dealing with almost 400 meters, 500, 700 meters, whereas this is at maximum probably 300 meters within the targeted area that we had. Yeah, as I mentioned, it's very important not to only have a good grasp of our geological terrain and occurrences, but to also have a good grasp of the geographic and three-dimensional space of all these features within the drill holes. You may want to ask yourself, when doing this sort of stuff, to feel confident about it, what did we see in that drill hole right next door, or am I moving up and down strike, or am I moving up and down dip perpendicular to the strike? Can I see the whole stratigraphy, or am I only getting a partial intersection? What is the information I can gain from this? So arguably orientating yourself when doing this type of work and making sure that you are familiar and confident in what you're trying to apply is one of the most fundamental tools that a geologist needs to be successful for this line of work. Having a sort of idea of the bigger picture and the smaller picture at the same time will really help you. So here you can see the geological map and the distribution of those units within the project area. This is the northern section of La Pucella. You can see there was some evidence of strike slip faulting that was picked up through the geophysics that was available at the time, as well as the stratigraphic height differences that were seen within multiple blocks in the area. And then also we have these large doleritic dikes that crisscross at sort of subvertical cut across the stratigraphy of the project area. Very heavy if you're carrying a core box of this stuff, so not recommended. Moving on to the geology, having a look at some pictures of rocks, which is, as a geologist, always the best. Starting from the top of the stratigraphy, we have the upper zone, fairly recognizable units with fairly homogeneous gabronorites with magnetite bearing. It's magnetite bearing, it has minor and trace amounts of magnetite in it. You can see light mineral foliations. Here is an example of that upper zone sitting on top of our T zone, which is fairly homogeneous gabronorites, like I've said, fairly sharp contact, and that sits over a suite of highly leucocratic lithologies such as anorthosite and leucogabronorites. And here you can actually see quite a nice characteristic feature of that T-zone, which is a milky white or bleaching of our anorthositic units, and that is associated with hydrothermal metasomatism of plagioclase by self-ceratization. Looking at the T-zone in a little bit more detail, it can essentially be described as a transitional zone between the upper and the main zone. It's got a lot of hydrothermal components, and it's hydrothermally altered. It's comprised of quite a variable lithological package, such as anorthosites, leucogabronorites, gabronorites, troxylites, olivine gabronorites, as such. And the base metal sulfide package is not necessarily very different to what one would see in other magmatic ore deposits around the world, but it is more heavily leaning towards pyrrhotite and chalcopyrite, where you really only have minor to trace amounts of pentlandite and pyrite. Here's just some nice examples of a mineralized troctolite in the top here, and a mineralized anorthosite with that bleaching hydrothermal metasomatism. Breaking the T1 unit, T zone into its units, we have the T1 unit, and essentially the T1 and T unit can be described separately from each other, as they've got separate characteristics. And the T1 unit of here is the most felsic, and it comprises quite a bit of olivine. It has a lot of olivine-bearing gabronorites and troctolites. It's hydrothermally altered. It's got that very characteristic bleaching appearance, and there are multiple layers, cyclic layers or even cryptic layers that define this area. And one thing about the mineralization is that the mineralization spans across these cyclic units. One important thing to note is that this hydrothermal component, here you see one of those troctolites with an olivine grain here in thin section, being hydrothermally altered by biotite and our sulfides and epoic minerals, possibly carrying our base metal sulfide package and PGE package, is associated with that hydrothermal phase. Having a look at this,
5 minutes.
I have 9 minutes here, Sofiso. Sorry,
9
I've got
minutes.
a timer. Yeah.
Did you bank 30 minutes? Because we have to include questions.
Oh, I did
Right.
bank 30 minutes. Sorry, I do have.
Okay, that's fine. No, I mean, continue. It's fine.
Okay, sorry.
Just
I could
okay.
fly through some of this, but here's some nice examples of that type of mineralization. Multiple cyclic units within that T1 unit, sulfides occurring at the base of these cyclic units. And then over here, you can see sulfide replacement of the mafic phase. You can imagine you have a iron depleted magma with sulfur still within the magma, and now sulfide precipitation is facilitated through the replacement of these mafic mineral constituents. The T2 mineralized unit is mainly gabronorite hosted, so not a lot of anorthosites, not a lot of olivine. you do have a gradational bottom contact where it's really defined as the first occurrence of significant base metal sulfide concentrations within the upper portions of the main zone. And he has some examples of that. Well, interestingly enough, again, the hydrothermal component starts to crop out as you have interstitial base metal sulfides of chalcopyrite and pyrrhotite, rimmed by the self-ceratization of plagioclase. Moving below the T zone, we have the main zone. The main zone is that large package, almost 250 meters plus in some cases. It's just comprised of gabbronorites, alternating contents of plagioclase. So you have mela, meso, gabbronorite types, and it gradationally becomes more felsic towards the top. That's the T zone at the top with the northocytic composition. Just more examples, you do get evidence of some silicate xenolith rafts, probably intruding into the dolomites in the southern sectors of the northern limb. These are just preserved from that. Below the main zone, we have our ultramafic sequence, which is essentially non-conformably resting on the arcing basement. A lot of undercutting into the basement, a lot of erosive power or thermal erosive power. In this unit, we see a lot of xenoliths, Archean granite xenoliths, and silicate xenoliths. We have intrusive sills into the basement, and it's comprised of this fine-grained gabbronorite. Quite a bit of contamination, and here you can see just some evidence of that undercutting and some xenoliths. So moving on to some important things, like the geochemistry here, we can see the work done by MacDonald et al. Showing some sulfur isotopes, and this is the sulfur isotopes done on the Lapocella gabbronorite, or the sulfides within the T zone, and they show mantle-derived signatures. Whereas the work done on the flat reef, you can see that the sulfur isotopes are leaning towards a positive value, indicating that there was some sort of a sulfur addition from the basement lithologies, or those dolomites or ironstones of the Transvaal supergroup into which that Rustenburg layer tweet intruded at the time. So this really starts to separate the notion that this Aurora project could be anything to do with the flat reef, as well as also starting to jog our brains in thinking of where the hydrothermal components of our mineralization in the T zone, the sulfur that came from that and the hydrothermal component from that may be a magmatic derived source. Further work done by MacDonald et al. In 2017 in showing the geochemical signature of this Aurora project versus the Platte Reef, you can see most of the high grade greater than 1 gram per ton 2E plus gold values are chromium depleted less than 300 chrome ppm. And in the Platte Reef, we have much higher values of chrome, like I mentioned earlier in the Platte Reef. The high grade is associated with high chrome. And here's just the confirmation of that work in geochemistry done by us in 2022, largely confirming the same behavior that we picked up. Then we tried to further understand our deposit on a geochemical level. We tried to find out what a major element signature could be. And since the T-zone is quite felsic in nature, we thought that a calcium-magnesium ratio might be able to help us. And as you can see, it actually ties in quite nicely with types of grade profiles you see in our intersections. And there are other nice geochemical signatures that we also picked up, but the calcium-magnesium ratio tended to be quite useful. And it also helped us do validations of our logging at the time, just a sanity check to see that our T-zone definitely is correlated with this magnesium ratio. Maybe did we put it in the wrong place, or we had a look at this grade profile just as a validation process. Then I've got a quick video over here, but I might not play it, but essentially this is, sorry, let me just play one of them at least, turn my laser off for it. Here you'll see just a 3-dimensional plot of scattered plot of the grade data. You can see most of the high grade material is associated with low magnesium, low iron. and the size of the bubbles is related to the copper. Moving on, there's another one over here where you can see the same thing, but this is 3E in three-dimensional space, but you see the higher values are associated with that high calcium-magnesium ratio. The size of the bubbles is copper. Talking about the formation of this entire deposit, talk about the ultramafic sequence is the first influx of ultramafic magmas into the Archean basements. And that had thermal erosion undercutting into the basement, contamination, xenolith formation, and rapid cooling, forming that fine-grained melogabbronorite unit with rocks that you see there. And then that was followed by an placement of a sheet-like body, which was allowed to cool a lot slower and fractionate, and our incompatible elements in hydrothermal fluids started to accumulate in sort of the apical parts of this main zone, which is the main driver into the formation of our T-zone. This was modified after Macretia et al. As well. So again, how these publications were helping our understanding. Interaction of the upper zone with the T-zone is also still quite not well understood, and I think it deserves quite a bit of research along that aurora strike length going forward. Just want to show you nice pictures of geological models that were made for this area and all the drill holes. I have another video quickly showing the sort of, here's the surface and the sort of nature, quite steeply dipping nature of the T-zone and the rest of the lead suite within the area. And then finally, I just want to finish off with this slide. Through our reinterpretation of this in geology and reading all the papers that we did in the stratigraphy, a significant measured and indicated mineral resource, which represents that first near-zone discovery of the Waterberg T-zone, was declared, resulting in almost 16 million tons of 3E plus gold at a grade of 2.63 grams per ton. You can see that it is quite gold rich, and the pool split is in the favor of palladium. But to see the significance of this entire project, this is only covering about 12% of that strike length that is currently known. So the value of this project going forward is rather quite exciting, and I can only imagine hard work that needs to go into it, but it's also a very exciting prospect. But that is my presentation, guys, and thank you for listening. I know I stole time for questions, but hopefully there might be one that I can answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike, and thanks for that fly through and taking us through that well-illustrated presentation. May you continue in that ray of excitement, and we always appreciate pictures of models, the geological ones, that is. So thank you very much. What I will ask, okay, there's a hand up from Judith, so I'll allow one question, and then what we can do, if there's any further questions, you can ask during the break, which will take shortly, or you can post them on the chat. Apologies, we're running a few minutes behind, but Judith, I'll let you.
Just a quick comment. Thank you, Mike, for an interesting presentation and for showing that what's been seen on the Waterberg can be seen further south. But don't be too quick to correlate your PGE grade with things like magnesium, because what we have found at the Waterberg is that the mineralization is at the interface between the main zone and the upper zone, as you said correctly, but also within that interface zone, you can get anything from dunite to pyroxenite to gabbronorite, norite, and orthosite. So it doesn't seem to matter what the rock type is, the mineralization is there. So don't be too quick to correlate it with things like magnesium. That's all, thanks.
Sure, no, thank you very much for that comment, and I'll definitely keep a lookout on that. Thanks to you.
All right, so we are here. So just a few of these As I said, so we devise and execute appropriate and cost-effective greenfields and brownfields exploration programs compliant with the relevant standards of the reporting mineral codes. Our transparent and robust processes implemented for our clients provide the best quality data to ensure the success of their projects. We offer secure and standardized database management through our partnerships to deliver the highest quality data for our clients in their mineral development projects. Those are just a few that I've mentioned, and all of these that are listed on the screen. So here are just a few images of our hardworking teams on the ground. Whether it be in the core yard or out on a drill site, our teams are consistently adding value to our client base. So more of our teams working nice and hard. So our team of young geologists is enthusiastic and curious in the understanding of the bigger geological picture, but we don't forget to enjoy the journey, whether it be in the Northern Cape or South America. Our teams give it their all. I'm not sure if anyone saw a few months ago, we posted a nice post on LinkedIn, a nice video from our guys who just returned from Argentina. They had a great time, as well as worked really, really hard on something nice and new. So this is where we operate. EarthLab has accumulated extensive experience by operating in multiple jurisdictions, endowed with a vast array of mineral commodities. We believe in mutually beneficial partnerships with all of our clients. Our flexibility and scalability enable us to take on any project regardless of size or location. Being well-resourced, we provide sustainable technical excellence and consistency for both small and large businesses. Our ethics are encouraged by our passionate and innovative team effort, which is key to achieving our goals and will continue to support us on our success journey. So if you have any questions for EarthLab or you'd like to get in touch, please email us. As I said, my name is Natalie. We'll be happy to take your questions and emails for any of your mining industry needs.
Minix Max is a company that was formed in recent years. To be honest, 2018, 2019, around there. And it started mainly because, since 2004, after the enactment of the MPRDA, there were a lot of, everyone could then apply for mineral rights. And we got a lot of people with licenses. But unfortunately, some of the licenses, no one did anything about them because then people wouldn't have any skills or any know-how of taking them further up the value curve. And in that case, you find that a lot of mineral projects were sterilized, mainly because someone had the right that they didn't know what to do about them. So then that's when we came in, and our hypothesis is a simple one, is based on the fact that if the mineral rights owners could get value out of their rights if they had better access to developmental partners who know and understand the industry. And this came from Bloomberg. Bloomberg, how he started Bloomberg was the same thing. He worked for a financial company, and then he saw that, people would make better investment if they have access to financial information. And that's always the case. When you make resources available, then people are able to do better things with it. So what do we do? I'm not going to take you through all those. So MINEX basically stands for mineral exploration and mining maximization. So we're trying to maximize this mineral exploration projects and take them to mining stages. So these ones are fine, visions, missions, and all of those things. They easy to know. I'll just quickly pass these and talk about this. How does MINEX work? So what happens is we see ourselves as a platform whereby both mineral rights owners together with investors can actually come together to do some deals so that they can actually get these mineral projects up the value curve. So I just wanna, oops, what did I do? I needed something to point out with. I'm just gonna go one slide back.
There we go.
Super. So then speak to, like, your project owners will then bring in projects. So what Minixmex does then do the initial work, the desktop studies at risk with not any anything expected from the owner, and then look at the project. If it's an exciting project, then Minixmex would then speak to potential investors, show them the project, the advantages of it. And once it's a good project, everyone agrees, then we go into ending agreement. We do a stepped up approach, and then we then put a geologist on that particular project. Together, we also then speak to particular drillers and other geos, who some of them agree to work at cost or at risk as well, with an end in as well, to get to a mineral resource level. And we know most of the time when you're at mineral resource stage, that's one of the exit points, because at that particular point in time, it's easy to get a lot of interest from the industry, or it's also easy to value it, to see how much of these projects have you moved up the value curve. And from there on, we look further for the bigger boys now to come in. And I'm just saying bigger boys and girls. I mustn't be looking in one direction, to do the feasibilities and fundraising up to mine construction. So we currently have looked at a lot of projects based on this model, and we know this model is currently working because of the amount of deals that we have made in the past 3 years. All right. Next, this is a normal slide that everyone knows and understands, basically on how to add value on your mineral project. I'll just quickly pass through this one. This next one you also understand, but the main thing that I would like to point out is that when you are between A and D, no one really currently, or I'll just say a few companies currently fund exploration. I mean, people are currently talking about green economy minerals, the boom, and all of those things. And I've heard about the previous speakers who spoke about the current projects they are working on. But it's quite difficult to raise money to develop these projects. And hence, you find that. So what we then decided to do is that we can actually do this with a collaborative effort, you know. So we do go around, ask a lot of our colleagues to work at risk, and some to do the drilling at risk. And the biggest thing you find is that you do raise some money, but most of the time is just not enough. But we're fortunate to be able to raise money till mineral resources stage, because once we have a competent persons report at mineral resource level, then a lot of people then they are able to listen. So, and we also know that currently, as we are speaking, the DMRE, together with the Council of Geosciences, they're trying to get the exploration spend to an historical high of 5%. I'm not too sure how the progress is, but I know they're making a lot of progress by de-risking a lot of projects around the country. so that investors can be interested. So we're gonna have a boom, but you're gonna find out that a lot of projects in the country or just across the whole of Africa, not a lot of people are looking at them, and those who are being looked at, they are looked at by majors, just because of exploration money. But now, next, Minix has been currently focused on gold projects, PGMs, and other green minerals. So we currently in South Africa have projects in 6 provinces: Northwest, Limpopo, Free State, Western Cape, to mention one of them. And we have a diversified shareholding in these projects, mainly because of this in agreement model that we are following. In addition to that, what Minix does is that we actually identify very good projects based on our geological and mining knowledge, and we then clean them up quite nicely so that they can look very, very attractive to the investors. Of course, you know, you have to do your geology very well. Without geology, you cannot really convince anyone. And then Minix would then negotiate these deals for the investor and the project owner to make sure the project can be taken up the value curve. So currently in the country, we have close to 7 projects which are currently have started running, but we've also have made about 10 applications with the Department of Minerals, and they are all at advanced stages. So we should be getting them. So what we also do is that we also make deals with landowners who think they've got minerals in their properties. So I'll give an example of these project, Domano Time. It's two farm owners, they are brothers in Limpopo. They own a farm, which they know that as they are busy maintaining the farm, they've seen some things. So then they started talking to us, and then we visited the area, and then we started taking samples, took the samples to the lab, and eventually we did find that there is indeed something. And we started, you know, doing an application. So we helped them out till from application stages. We've got some few projects that we're looking at in the Guyana Greenstone belts. These are still very, very early stages. We've got a project, the Satiolox project. It's just 20 kilometers west of Cal Gold. It's also on the Greenstone, it's gold. A couple of boreholes have been drilled, and up to so far, close to 100,000 ounces has been proven to exist. So this is one of the project that's advanced that we are happy to be part of. And as we speak, the team is on site currently drilling and logging and sampling to make sure we take it up the value curve. We've also done some geophysics. We did magnetics. We did IP survey. So it's looking good. It's looking good. But in addition to that, we are currently talking to more investors to raise more money to increase the resource. And this one, the monochrome one, it's a platinum one just outside Sun City. It's actually also, it's still early stages, just recently being accepted and granted by the DMRE. And the Dipaleseng one is toll, This one has been drilled, and more drilling will again start in 2 weeks' time. This is just outside Balfour. And then this Dunia one, it's inland heavy mineral sands just outside Botterville. It's still early stages as well, but it's also an interesting project. And we're looking as well at the rare earth elements on the northern side of the Western Cape. We know there's a lot of activities around that area. So these are the exciting projects that we are looking at in South Africa. And what we're basically saying is that if you are interested in some of these projects, some of these, if you wanna invest in them, if you wanna do something with them, speak to us. You can check us on www.minixmex.com or speak to me directly. We recently started doing some work in Zimbabwe. We're looking at lithium and nickel projects there. It's exciting as well. We've done some geological mapping. We've collected some of the historical data. We have actually started speaking to the locals. So these are the projects that we are doing deals with the locals as well. And it's exciting to be in Zimbabwe. We currently as well speaking to a team in Botswana and Zambia. So Minixmex has started, it's a company that came up with a solution in South Africa, but we then realized as we are working, this solution is not actually a South African solution. It's a global solution, but then we're taking it first into SADC, and then it will be into the whole of Africa, and then into the whole world. So basically, what we're saying is that if you have a particular project that you don't have the resources, you could be a geologist, but you don't have the time, you're busy on other things, or you don't have the resources. So we are good at putting together resources, your geologists on the ground, your drillers, and all of those resources that are needed to take the project up the value curve. And when it gets to good stages where value can be declared, and anyone can exit at any time. So basically, we are saying maximize your mineral investment or your mineral project with us at any time. We are willing to listen. We are willing to step on the ground. And the good thing about us is that what we do is we step on the ground at risk. And not to say anything, we make sure we understand what you have first, and we'll be able to tell you that, no, this one is not going to fly at the very early stage. And if we can see it's going to fly, we will also do all the running around that is needed so that we can actually get a good investor who can put in some money. And then we develop the project up the value curve. So yeah, that's my short presentation. So you can contact us at info@minixmex.com or myself, wilsonh@minixmex.com, or check our website as well, www.minixmex.com. That's my cell number there. And yeah, this is what we do.
So I'm not going to be talking about any one specific or generic HMS deposits. I'm going to be talking about a very specific heavy mineral sands project in Malawi. Now, in general, heavy mineral sands projects are the type of thing that people are aware of, but tend not to get too involved with. And this heavy mineral sands project, like a number of projects which are currently coming into the market, has been known about for some time, but due to economics, it's not have any possibility for eventual economic extraction. With rising commodity prices, this specific project is now looking attractive. It will, I'm afraid, be a relatively high-level overview. The company is in the process of listing. The CEO was going to be doing this presentation, but has asked me to do it because he's currently between Perth, Sydney, and Melbourne, raising cash and talking to lawyers and advisors. So just a bit of background to put this project into context, why it is not your standard everyday run-of-the-mill heavy mineral sands project. But first of all, what is heavy mineral sands? And what do they comprise of? And there we go. So in general, it is those elements and minerals which have specific gravities of greater than 4, generally 3.5. They tend to be concentrated in sands, thus heavy mineral sands. But probably the more interesting thing about it, if you look up on, can you see my cursor, Natalie? Nope. Okay, so the pointer's not working. So
yes, Mark, yes.
Okay, you can see it.
Oh, yes, I can see your cursor, yes.
Okay, well, the mouse thing. Okay, so what we can see from a general heavy mineral sands deposit is 70% or above of the material that you're going to be moving contains no or very few elements of any economic interest. In those type of deposits, 30% in general may or may not have economic interest to you. That will then get split down further, as you can see here. And again, in general, historically, things like garnet and sillimanite have not been considered as having too much economic value and were normally discarded and referred to as trash. Economic value add generally lies in this very, very small remnant portion. So zircon, ilmenite, and a few other things. Now, what do we tend to use these things for? Because again, it's understanding what the market is and what the market demand or supply and demand is and what the market drivers are, which makes these things of interest to someone to go and explore for and start injecting money into. Exploration budget for this specific project for the first 2 years, the client's currently looking at between 4 to 6 million Australian dollars in direct exploration costs. So this is the type of thing that we're looking at. Now, what most people, again, tend not to think about too much is that titanium, and 82% of all titanium mined tends to go into pigmentation. So anything which has got a pretty color, that's probably titanium or related to titanium. And in general, that is more than likely related to the heavy mineral sands industry. What does start making things a little bit more interesting is for those that are looking at this is our current enemy in the world, plastic. So if we start looking at reducing plastic and our plastic consumption, it will by definition obviously have a knock-on effect on titanium, which means that titanium may or may not then be of interest for someone to explore. There is limited amounts of titanium which can be taken up in specialty alloys. So again, the drive in reducing the amount of carbon emissions, so i.e. companies like Boeing and Airbus have stopped manufacturing the ultra-large jets such as the 747 and the A380. They're no longer getting manufactured except for very limited capacity for massive transport. Okay, so when one thing changes, something else will change as well. Other primaries that we see is zircon, and again, the main thing is stuff that we tend not to think about because it's so common in our daily lives is when you go to the bathroom, when you're washing hands in the sink, that is all related to zircon. The other thing which is pretty important and critical is the use of zircon in the ceramics and the smelting industries. Okay, and one of the more interesting byproducts is the slag that comes from the refractory and the foundry industries. A lot of that makes its way into the cement market where it is effectively a recycled component which goes into cement. So again, as we can see with the drive to low carbon emissions, there's a cutback or plan or trying to reduce the amount of carbon emitted from cement, which means that the standard classic Portland cement that we're using will potentially be cut back. If that's cut back, then again, all the slag that comes out of foundries, what do we do with it? How are we going to utilize it? The traditional way we utilize that material and effectively recycle it is potentially no longer going to be there for us. So as we start looking at changing our global economy, there are going to be other implications in the downstream marketing portion, which is going to reduce the demand for certain products and minerals, which again will then flow down into the upstream portion, which will change the way that we start looking at things and the economic value that we ascribe to projects and marketing. However, there's a little bit more to it than that. So we've now found ourselves a nice heavy mineral sands project. We have very large amounts of zircon or ilmenite, which we think we're going to be able to go and market. Now, with most things, it starts getting a little bit more complicated. So when you're starting to look at heavy mineral sands projects and you just start to look at the chemical concentrations, that in and of itself can be a little bit misleading in terms of the potential economic viability of your project, because you actually need to start understanding the mineralogy of your project. So when we start looking at ilmenite, for example, and I'd recommend for those that are interested to get hold of this paper. If you can't find it, drop me an email. I have a copy which I'm happy to circulate for that. Really good introductory paper, and we'll take you through in a bit more detail the points that I'm raising at the moment. So when we start looking at ilmenite, obviously, if you look at it, you can see iron and titanium. So we're going to be looking at that for its iron component or its titanium component. But you can see we have a range of different chemical compositions. So again, it's not just looking at your iron and titanium concentrations or percentages. You need to understand the mineralogy that you're going to be looking at, because that will have different processing or refining characteristics in the downstream application of that. So again, don't get suckered into the high iron, high titanium. It may actually not be as good quality as what you want. On a similar note, and I'm going to refer back to this again when we get to Chilwa, you also need to understand the particle size distribution. So in a similar way, when you're looking at alluvial diamonds, so Tanya's area of expertise, you need to understand more than just the carat concentration. And in this case as well, you need to understand what your particle size distribution is. You can have very high concentrations of ilmenite, but if it's very fine grained, chances are you're going to be limited in terms of the market that you can sell it off to, because they will need to pelletize the material, which is then going to lead to increasing costs. In the same way, when we start looking at the other minerals of potential interest, we need to understand that they do have different relationships or different components going through concentrations. So again, if we're going to be looking at rutile, for example, you need to understand the vanadium ion concentration. Some smelters are quite happy to accept high vanadium concentrations, other smelters won't. Okay, so you need to understand where you're potentially going to flog this material to. The same way when we start looking at things like zircon, we need to understand a makeup for that. And this is one of the interesting exploration tools, because zircon along with monzonite tend to be radioactive, and which is a very good guide when you're doing primary exploration work on any of these type of plazas. You can use basic radiometrics to start outlining where you're having these radioactive highs. That in general can be an indicator that you will have additional heavy mineral concentration. It does not always work though. So again, it's a case of when you're starting to do this level of exploration work, you always need to go up and, speaking to the converted, drill holes and go and check, is your geophysical anomaly a true geophysical anomaly, and does it associate itself with some minerals of economic interest and concentration? So let's try and put this in a bit more context. Most people will focus on strand line deposits, so basically heavy mineral sands deposits which we find located near the sea. The reason why is these tend to be relatively high grade concentrations of minerals. They're extensive, so you get your unit cost by moving large volumes. Cast your mind back, we're looking at 70% of this material is effectively stuff you're going to be throwing away. 30% of that material is stuff you're going to be concentrating, and maybe 3 to 5%, if not more, depending on the makeup, will be the stuff that you are going to then make your money out of. Of course, the ones that we're probably all familiar with from a South African context is Richards Bay and Namakwa Sands. Okay, as we start moving outside of South Africa, there's large deposits up in Mozambique, Tanzania, and going up to Kenya. These deposits here are quite interesting. To the best of my knowledge, they still haven't been developed. Part of that is infrastructure, and another part is environmental and social concerns. So again, one of the things which always impacts when we're starting to look at these large-scale mining activities is the fact that they are large scale. So there tends to be a lot of focus from an environmental, social, and governance point of view coming into these. So any exploration or anything that any explorer who's starting to look for heavy mineral sands needs to be very much aware that they have to sort out the ESG component right from the start. It's pointless spending a lot of time and money doing your exploration, and then you run into the recent situation, which, well, not so recent, about 5 years ago, the situation that happened down in South Africa, where there was a court case taken by the local community who did not want any heavy mineral sands mining occurring in the area that they're living in. Also, not to discard our West African type deposits, so up in Grand Côte, as well as Sierra Rutile, both of those very large deposits, interesting enough to have slightly different characteristics to the stuff that we start seeing down in Southern Africa. They tend, as a general rule of thumb, to have a much higher fines components, which is referred to as slimes in the heavy mineral sands processing industry. So they tend to have a higher slimes content than the type of deposits that you would start seeing if you were mining or you're processing these deposits. So very simplistically, how do these form? And those of you that have attended Professor Glenn Wallier's lectures would have went through this slide and others in a lot more detail. But from a very, very simple and basic point of view, we have material being eroded from the hinterland, generally from basement type rocks, so granites and phibblites and schists. Those heavy minerals getting transported alluvially down to a interface, in this case, the marine shore environment. And then over time, the winnowing action of the waves will then transfer or get rid of all the fine material, so i.e. your silts and your clays, so your slimes will be reduced, and your heavy mineral concentration will be refined and cleaned up. This is often associated with rising and falling in sea level, so transgressive and regressive tracks, which will then start to build up your deposit in a series of stacks or dunes. So within your deposit itself, while from a mining point of view, it tends to be straightforward bulk mining, from a geological point of view and a resource estimation point of view, they can become quite complicated due to the series of stacking, as well as, in most cases, the presence of longshore drift. So those of you which are of a geostatistical bent, this would be a classic case where you would start to see drift in your semi-variograms occurring. What you would also see is, with rising and lowering of sea levels, you would start building up material in the back, and this material would be potentially contain heavy minerals, but it would also be associated with a much higher fines content, which would then potentially also indurate. Okay, so the material would harden up, and you would end up with a series of hard banks, which could potentially give you problems from your mining, especially when you're using dredging, where you're taking out really large volumes of material. So processing in the sense that Richards Bay Minerals does it. In Australia, the mining method, and also currently in Sierra Leone, is to move away from dredging, partially because of the environmental issues, because it's massive, large issues with water, and it's pretty visible, to doing dry mining. So basically using a scoop and shovel, digging it out and moving it away so you can refine and concentrate, and you can tend to do your environmental rehabilitation a lot quicker, and your pits are a lot smaller. Okay, these are very general comments, so it's not going to be applicable in every single situation. So that frames our context before we start moving on to Lake Chilwa. Now, Lake Chilwa tends to be a slightly anomalous, in the sense of that the deposit is not associated with a marine environment, it's a lacustrine environment. So lower energy environment. So we're not going to see the same level of winnowing and maturation of the material that we're going to look to mine as we would have in the marine placer environment. Now, as a general rule of thumb or guideline, these type of deposits, so lacustrine deposits, co-alluvial deposits, and eluvial heavy mineral sands or heavy mineral deposits tend not to be economically viable, or historically have not considered as being economically viable, due to the high volumes of material that you have to move and due to the very high associated slimes content. So when you're processing these type of things, The slimes become problematic when you're trying to separate it out. You need to spend a lot more time getting your spirals. So mineral processing is done through spirals. So the mineral material would then be dumped, slurried with water, agitated with water, pumped down a spiral, and then you'd have a natural separation of the heavy minerals to one side and the lighter minerals to the other side. Given the high slimes content, i.e. clays, that can become problematic, so that it becomes a little bit trickier to start separating. At the same time, the particle size in these low energy environments tends to be smaller than what you typically find in marine associated heavy mineral sands deposit. So again, you tend to tweak, and you may end up not being able to produce as clean a product as you would be able to do from a marine heavy mineral sands type deposit. The more extreme cases are the in situ heavy mineral deposits, where we've had weathering and concentration of things like rutiles and garnets. Again, historically, these have not been mined, again, because of the high volumes of fine grain material which you need to move. However, with changing global economies, as I mentioned, a lot of these deposits are now being relooked at. There's a large rutile deposit in Malawi, which is currently being progressed to feasibility study level, if I'm not mistaken. And in Cameroon, there's a number of mines and projects which effectively mine in situ residual rutile deposits. So Eramet, a large French company, is currently mining in Cameroon, and there's a number of companies which are actively exploring for alluvial and eluvial heavy mineral deposits in Cameroon. But getting back onto Lake Chilwa. So where is it located? Well, it's part of the Rift Valley system. So you can see Lake Victoria coming up here and Lake Malawi sitting in this area here. Our project is situated around what is referred to as Lake Chilwa, very small lake, which you can see here. So just expanding on this purple area is the primary license area that the client's going to be targeting for heavy mineral sands exploration. They have a license to Chilwa Island, which they are not intending to pursue for two reasons. Well, one, there's very few or no known heavy mineral sands deposits in Chilwa Island. It is an area of natural beauty, but also it is a carbonatite, so it doesn't really go and fit in with the portfolio at the moment. This is part of an earlier license which has been explored since at least the 1960s. So as I mentioned, this deposit's been known since pre-independence, where the NIASA Geological Survey did a lot of work on it. It was then followed up by various academic studies, mainly looking at how the lakes or paleohydrogeology has changed over time in this part of the Rift Valley system, because all these lakes at one stage, so Lake Tanganyika going all the way through, all of these were one lacustrine system. You can see here, there's a large lake, and Lake Chilwa sitting down here. Again, historically, this entire system was linked up, and over geological time, they've started to split up. So moving on, what does the geology look like, and how was the associated heavy mineral sands deposits how were the heavy mineral sands deposits developed or created? Well, basically, the very simplistic model. The IGR has a lot more detailed explanation. And again, as soon as that's available, if anyone's interested, please let me know. I'm happy to send you a copy. But we have erosion coming from a hinterland. So this is basement rock material, so various types of granites, schists, and phonolites, all containing various amounts of ilmenite, rutile, garnet, zircon, some rather exotic rare earth type minerals associated with phosphates because of the carbonatites in the area, which were all eroded and shed down into a larger lake system, which existed, as you can see, at the pre-631 AMSL boundary. We're going to go into that a little bit more detail in the next slide. But what you had created was this clockwise longshore drift. So as sediments were shed into the lake, longshore drift associated with some degree of wind action went and concentrated these sediments. Now, what we can see from further activity is that as tectonic changes occurred within the region, the lake split up. In the Lake Pleistocene, as you can see, late Pleistocene, you started getting the sandbar being created, which split up Lake Chitu and Lake Aramabala from the larger Lake Chilwa. This process is still ongoing. So as you can see, we're seeing sub-lakes getting split off. There's a small lake sitting down here as well, and larger swampy regions. But as we started seeing local changes in the level of the lake, we started seeing the development of well-developed terraces and raised beaches with local concentrations. So what we effectively get is at the early Holocene level, which is referred to as the 631 AMSA level, which you can see running through here. That effectively is where the majority of the heavy mineral sands targets are located. We do, however, see a degree of reworking at the 623 AMSL level. So we've had some lake level reduction, erosion and reworking of material coming from the 631 terrace level and being shed further down. Now, that material tends to be of lower quality, not so much in the concentration per se, but because it carries a higher silt content, there was not as much reworking of the material. This has led to a relatively simplistic model being developed, and I apologize for the quality. I've been unable to track down the original document. So this is a scan of a scan of a scan, which has been passed down for a number of years. But what we're seeing is, with obviously extreme vertical exaggeration, is current Lake Chilwa and the series of terraces which have been built up. So 631 is effectively going to be this area sitting in here, and this area here would be the reworked 623 terrace. Sorry, the 623 terrace will be coming through here. So reworking and reshedding of that. So what we, oh, okay. Well, very briefly. So running through. So what we've then got is we have split our deposits into various zonations. As you can see, in the areas where we've had more reworking, we've got higher grade associated with lower slimes. Areas where there's been lesser reworking, we're looking at a higher slimes concentration. So the next sort of slides are to just show what it looks like in the ground. So this is, again, the Mpuyu Puyu deposit. So you can see heavy mineral sands concentration here. This is one of the sandbars, alluvial aeolian bars with their aeolian overlay sitting in here. And looking through, you can see one of the terraces here, and in the background, a second terrace running up through that side. It doesn't look particularly spectacular, so you can see heavy minerals, very fine grained. This material here are lumps and concretions that would be referred to as oversized. Most of this would be broken down in the processing side. And you can see the relatively high clay content sitting in the material. So this is getting down towards the base of the deposits and what's referred to as the clay footwall. So doing the sample prep, because of the high concentrations, you end up having to take the sample, spread it out and dry it, and crush up the concentrations. So moving on, the comparison between North and West Shore type deposits. So we're looking at what's referred to as Halala and Mpuyu Puyu, which we've just seen. Radiometrics showing that we have high concentrations of monzonite coming through here. And when we start doing comparison, these numbers will not add up because they are all relative percentages. You can see that the Halala deposits are lower grade in specific minerals than when you start comparing them to Mpuyu Puyu. So when we're starting to look at this, we don't just take into account the absolute mineral concentrations, you also start taking into account our slimes concentrations. So with our drilling, we would then define our geological model, as you can see from here, again, a cross-section going through. Because of the high clay concentrations, it was not as easy to start differentiating horizons because a lot of these contacts are laterally and vertically transitional, as well as the fact that we have changes within our strike. So when the resource estimation was done, dynamic and isotropy had to be used, which resulted in looking at our patterns like this. So we can see where we've got a high grade material curving round due to longshore drift and aeolian processes. To ensure that this has eventual economic value to us. We ran a series of, one of my colleagues, Pierre Frederici, and one of our Australian officers ran a series of economic inputs to determine whether this is going to be economically viable or not. So with our assumptions that we made, anything which is RF1 or RF0, so revenue factor greater than 1 or greater than 0, effectively the majority of Mpoyo is potentially economically valuable at the assumptions that we made at that stage. So this project will then be progressing to doing additional drilling and moving forward to a scoping study and a pre-feasibility study within the next year or two. For various reasons, I classified the mineral resource estimate at inferred, and you can see not only are we looking at our metal grades or concentrations, but we also need to take into account our slimes. So just as an example, Nkatomo has got a very high slimes content, so it is not going to be a primary target for future exploration going forwards. We'll definitely be looking at targets with lower slimes and higher mineral concentrations. Sorry, Natalie, as normal, I rambled too much, but I'm finished.
We're talking about the area in Mozambique, in Tete province. And we're looking in relation to the Mesoproterozoic terrains in Africa, and Tete province is located close to a triple junction. You've got the Iramide belt and the Zambezi belt to the north, and the Mozambique belt as well on its one side. And we're talking about the north central part of Tete, which is covered in the Moravia district to the northwest of Tete town itself. And it's part of the West Gondwana terrain that we're going to be having a look at. Now, I might emphasize that there's a lot of detail in this presentation, which was freely available to those who want it. So I won't be going to all the detail that's on here. All right. Yeah. Okay. So in terms of a geological synthesis of this area, after the Paleoproterozoic, you had pre-Cabaran extension and probably a passive margin basin along here, possibly an oceanic back arc basin, island arc. But the most important event was the Grenville orogenic cycle, and where you had a reversing of the passive margin to an active margin with the emplacement of various chondromitic tonalitic granite suites and collision and docking of ocean floor rocks and other lithospheric fragments. And there was all sorts of exciting things happening with pieces of continent coming together and late kinematic granitoids. And then the post-Bredinia breakup and more granite magmatic suites. This is for the whole region, not just the area that I'm looking at. And then the pan-orogenic African orogenic cycle, which isn't so important in this area, Karoo rifting and the East African rift system and alkaline complexes. There is a carbonatite just to the south of the area that I'm talking about. So that's basically in a nutshell the area we're looking at. All right, the historical exploration that's taken place here. There's rare indications of ancient or pre-colonial gold ironworking, but the major feature was the Portuguese colonial small-scale exploration and some small tunnels and trenches into gold copper workings, mostly 25 to 80 kilometers west-southwest of Fingui, which is the principal town. And then in the 80s, hunting geology and geophysics initiated a comprehensive mineral exploration program with aeromagnet and geological mapping. And they also did stream sediment sampling over the Fingui belt and other areas of local interest, mainly for base metals and gold. Then the BRGM compiled a 1 to 1 million map for the whole of Mozambique. And that information was incorporated by the Finnish Geological Survey between 2000 and 2006. And they published this whole series of geological maps for much of Western Mozambique, along with Landsat imagery, spectral analysis, dating. And Fugro was also involved in this in 2003 and undertook a higher resolution geophysical survey with mag and radiometrics over the Fingui belt. That information is in Maputo and available for those that want to get it. Regrettably, the client was unable to supply this information, although he had access to it. So I cannot talk with much authority on the more exploration aspects that I should be able to. Anyway, then a few foreign countries, foreign companies had a look at it: Pan-African, Anglo-Ashanti, African Queen, etc. But only limited drilling was done 70 kilometers southwest of Fingui, and then you still get artisanal gold mining persisting. This is most of the Fingui belt, although there's a part to the northeast here, which I will be talking about later in a later slide. And what you've got here, this is the Serra d'Ambura and other granitoids to the north. You've got the supercrustals running through here. Right in the far southwest, this is an area which I'm not really talking, it's the Achiza ultramafic complex. It's got chromium, indications of iron, and it's probably a layered ultramafic complex, Neoproterozoic age, and then these Neoproterozoic granites again here on another suite of granites. They're granitoids rather, and they're suites because they represent a whole range of different granitoids, and I've actually got details in this presentation. And then up here in the around Fingui itself, this is mostly felsic and volcanics and their derivatives, along with some metasandstones and flaggy metasandstones and that sort of thing. And then this purple here, these are basically calc-silicates to metamarls and metacarbonates, which you see here. These are particularly important. They are hosts to some mineralization, as particularly in this area in the southwest here. And you can see the symbols here. There's iron, which is a major target for colonial working. All right. So basically what you've got Mesoproterozoic metasediments and volcanic sandwich between these granites, dominated by metacarbonates, arenites, banded iron formations, and then skarns on the southwestern contacts. And those of you who want to examine the map in more detail can have a look at it. And this all at lower amphibolite metamorphism. So we're going to have a look at this area to the southwest. This information is all public domain information that came from African Queen mines that looked around 2010. Our RED was heavily involved in this project. I wasn't physically involved in it, but it seems so interesting because of the variety of mineralization and the geology here. And what you see in this area, basically, you've got steep north-northwest dipping green schist to lower amphibolite facies marbles, calc-silicates, marls, impure metacarbonates. They tend to form the hilly terrain more towards the east. Then you've got mafic metavolcanics, metagabbros, and argillaceous to arenaceous metasediments forming lower lying valleys in between the metacarbonate ridges. And then the area to the west, you've got bimodal metavolcanics and argillaceous to arenaceous sediments. Medium scale isoclinal folding with layer parallel shearing seems to be a feature here. And then this is all intruded by meso to neoproterozoic granitoids, I-type affinity, and very later neoproterozoic to Pan-African mafic intrusion dikes and the odd apparently barren quartz vein. There were significant gold, iron, and copper showings in this area that were looked at by the Portuguese, and then it's also being followed up by artisanal miners today. And it seems to be associated largely with skarns and some gold and possible copper occurrences in shear hosted veins. But that's the outline of the map of this, what we call the Masika terrain. And there's follow it up in there more detail. But it's quite a very interesting variety of geology here. Now, I've just picked out one of the geochemical maps that is available, and this is for copper. And you can see these anomalies are they're quite significant and quite lengthy. And they're also virtually duplicated by gold, along with lead and zinc, although the gold tends to be focused in more discrete zones, particularly in this target along here, along with zinc. But I think there's a lot more that can be actually seen in this area. In the Mancombiti anomaly, and this is the analytical signal magnetic map here, and what you actually see is these very, very strong magnetic anomalies associated largely with the magnetite-rich skarns. And this area along here with these dark blue diamonds are actually trenches and workings by the Portuguese, initial small workings for iron, just testing them out, and you can see them here. Note the outline of metacarbonate or marble in the black here. It stops here because mapping had finished at that particular point. And now this area is all marble on surface, but you see a major magnetic anomaly beneath it, which suggests that you actually have a gently dipping contact with a magnetite-rich skarn beneath it. And so something worth following up in the future. And then you'll see the mineralization associated with skarns here along the contact between the gabbro, metagabbro here. Feature to all these is that they occur along favorable reaction zones and infiltration skarns. There's also major gold and soil anomalies associated with this. And there's evidence that the metagabbro is also liable to internal skarnification. So you've actually had the movement of calcium and other siliceous and other elements along these shears, which are presumably the fluid pathways here. And then in this particular area, there's a lot of gold being shed into drainages from the contact with granite, and also the metacarbonate here. You see this skarns and that were followed by the Portuguese in this area here. Significant lead zinc anomalies occur in the metacarbonates. Unfortunately, I don't have a map of these things, and it's possible that some of that lead zinc mineralization might be replacement or vein style. And there's also an easterly trending shear along metacarbonate contact. Again, I don't have the detailed structural map of it. I don't know if any detailed structural mapping was done, but it's certainly something worth following up. And then a lot of metacarbonates, marls, calc-silicate exoskarns around small granite intrusives. This is the granite here in the sort of pale pinkish orange. But again, you'll notice a lot of the magnetite-rich material that was followed by the Portuguese is associated with the reaction between the carbonate and the gabbro. And I suspect that during regional metamorphism and the injection of granites, there was a lot of fluid moving in the whole system. But just along these favorable reaction points was where iron, a little bit of copper and gold was also developed, and anywhere that there was particular shearing. And then you'll notice in the drainages, like here, there is gold being shed into them, and also down here as well. No records of shearing around the granite directly, but I do believe that more structural work is necessary. So these skarns, incidentally, can either be iron, copper, or gold dominated, and on surface from up to 40 ppm in trench samples. Locally significant sphalerite and galena, but there's no consistent correlation between copper and lead zinc. Dominated by glossulaire epidote diopside plagioclase, but actinolite tremolite is more proximal to mafic hosts, which you would expect. Magnetite, as I mentioned, which you'd expect close to your mafic rocks, and then attractive gossans, and a little bit of chalcocite and possibly cobalite, with malachite and azurite, and then your normal siderite, hematite, and limonite, and quartz and zinc mineralogy. And then chalcopyrite, bornite, and pyrite in the hypogene zone. They all show up in beautiful anomalies because it's quite hilly, there's not much soil. And silver, generally 10 to 20 parts per million, but locally greater than 50 parts per million. in high-grade copper samples, which is commonly seen, but the deportment of gold, unfortunately, was not determined. Quite high in bismuth, up to 0.2%, more than 0.2% in places, but there's no record of scheelite or molybdenite occurring at any of these targets. The drilling, up to 2,000 meters done, fairly wide zones, grading 1 to 2% copper, but less than 1.5 parts per million gold. So it does suggest that you do have supergene enrichment to some degree in this area. All right, now we're going to shoot across to the northeast of the Fingui Belt, and these are the licenses we're going to look at. We're going to look at this area here. This is Fingui Town, this green star here, and we're going to look in this license here, which is actually in granites, and we're going to look at this area here. All right, so basically, this is Fingui Town here. This is the end, the northeastern end of the Fingui Belt. And these are the metamarls and calc-silicates here. I have never in my career come across a greenstone belt with so much in the way of calc-silicate rocks and marls and the like. Makes me wonder whether you're actually dealing with some form of shallow back arc basin or passive continental margin here. But that's a moot point. So these on the south, you've got your Montesanja granites here, and to the north, you've got more the Casacastisa granites. There is a table in which I give all the details of these granites, but they are more, say, I-type, metaluminous, and rather than periluminous granites in particular. So we're going to focus in this area here. This is called the Mazezi area in the southwest, associated with these metacarbonates and felsic volcanics. And then we're going to look at a granite hosted gold deposit here. And then the circular yellow dots are areas of artisanal alluvial mining. This is probably associated with shearing here, and but it's very, very low background gold contents. And then this area here is probably the source of gold in the Nimbi River, which flows in this area here. And the amounts of gold and the size of the grains get smaller as you go to the southeast. So this is artisanal mining along the Nimbi River, southeast of Fingui. Typical example of the grains you see here. And the gold particles display a progressive flattening as you go down the drainages, which away from the source, which is what you would expect. So we suspect that the supergroup metavolcanics, or their boundary, is the source. Although at this stage nobody's actually proved that, but the granitoids themselves contain very little gold in their tributaries. This I've just summarized the this is from the GTK, the Finnish Geological Survey work here, which you can have a look at it. The Fingui range is very mountainous. I apologize, I don't have a picture of it, but I've got quite a lot to show here. And then again, subvertical dips, pronounced foliation, subparallel to bedding, lower amphibolite facies metamorphism. And then the granitoids are locally variably deformed, but no crustal scale shears with intense broad deformation zones with significant alteration quartz veining, the type of thing that you have in the Yilgarn or the Pilbara or the Zimbabwe Craton. I did find barren east-west myelinite zones locally, but they don't seem to be related to gold mineralization. So we suspect that late mafic dikes and brittle easterly and northwest southeast joints might be associated with quartz veining. Here is an example of some of the rocks from that area. This is typical of the metavolcanics just west of Fingui Town, quite epidote rich, very fine grained here. Then down below this epidotized metavolcanic with a calc-silicate band here, and epidote and amphibole, traces of pyrite here. In fact, there was odd traces of gold in the stream below, but very, very little. This is the Sanja granodiorite, which occurs generally south of the Fingui range. The Serra-d'Ambura granites, which are more to the north. This is the felsic schist on the north side of Fingui, which I mentioned. There were some artisanal workings associated with this, but when we sampled this material, it was extremely low in gold, almost nothing. But sufficient gold was shed to interest artisanals. And then the Cascatisa granite also to the north and northeast of Fingui. It's an example of a sheared type, and it's quite spectacular because in places it's very, very coarse. And what they did here was actually take 100 kg samples and then pan them down right down to, and then count the gold grains. And that was the it was a semi-quantitative way of rapidly doing stream sediment sampling and estimating where your gold was in the region. In the Mazezi areas into the southwest here, this is an enlargement in the bottom left here. What happens is the streams draining the metavolcanics are the ones which have yielded gold. This area was later checked and there was virtually no gold draining in any of these tributaries here. And this is where my cursor is now. This is the Mpanzawira stream draining into Mazezi village down here. This was the stream that carried quite a lot of gold. And you can see me in the bottom of a pit here. In places, the sediments were 4 meters or more thick. And it's definitely derived from the metavolcanics. But the hilly countryside nearby doesn't have much in the way of a soil cover. And we walked over it in great detail and never saw any significant like mineralized shears or major mineralized quartz veins or anything like that. So I think it's very small features that have yielded gold, but they've accumulated at the base of these massive boulder gravels and led to artisanal mining occurring over about a kilometer length of the stream. Some examples of rocks in the Mazezi area. This is the what they call banded epidote-rich calc-silicate gneiss. I don't know whether, strictly speaking, it is a gneiss, but the banding is a bit like that. And you can see an epidote and probably I don't know, feldspar and quartz in there as well. I've never seen so much epidote in the rocks in my career, I don't think. And then silicious metavolcanics, deformed lapilli, quite strong deformation in this area. Silicious calc-silicate rocks in the left here. This is, but nothing to indicate that these should be a particularly good source of gold. Tourmaline spotted felsic schist. There's been a lot of movement of fluids in places in this area, in some parts of the area, and you get this felsic schist with tourmaline spots in it. This is typical of the felsic volcanics, massive agglomerate to more deformed gritty reworked felsic metavolcanic schist, lapilli tuff here, significantly deformed. And then you get a volcanic agglomerate or breccia, which has been, again, strongly deformed. And despite the fact there's quite a bit of disseminated pyrite, 1 or 2% in places, it doesn't carry significant gold, which is a bit of a real disappointment. Another example of what we've called pyritic meta-arcos. And sorry,
you have 5 minutes left. Sorry.
Whoa, I'll speed up then. Okay, so right. Okay, we'll go to the Nyakachanza mine. Nyakachanza mine is of great interest because that's where most of the gold is coming from, associated with the Cascatisa and the Castanho granites. And if you look at the magnetics here, what you see is northwest, southeast features, and then the east-northeast in this area here. And the Nyakachanza 2 contains hardly any gold. It's mostly a black quartz vein. The Nyakachanza 3 is not really interesting. And Nyakachanza 1 was the major one. It seems to be a tension vein. Now, in the aerial photograph, you can see here all these workings in this area here, and extends from here right up to here, but this section contains no gold at all, because the gold is not disseminated throughout the quartz vein. It only occurs in zones that run east-northeast through it. It's a tension gash, and it's horizontal. It's all or slightly arched. So the gosons occur 1 to 2 meter wide, east-northeasterly trending brittle fractures. And copper and gold diminish to the northwest, and the copper and gold is associated with limonite and goethite and hematite in gosons. So yeah, and then there's also copper veinlets extending, copper-rich veinlets, quartz veinlets extending into the granite below. There appears to be east-northeasterly trending shearing that postdates the injection of the quartz, and only where that shearing is mineralized do you get any gold. very erratic. This is an example of your vuggy quartz, very massive milky quartz resting on granite. And your major minerals are malachite with occasional chrysocolla, occasional cornatites or copper phosphate. Typical example of brecciated mineralized back quartz infiltrated by gossan, and occasionally you get some flakes of visible gold, but generally very, very small. So moderate correlation between gold and copper, but not between gold and iron. So it's a bit of a nugget effect. Most of the quartz is actually very low grade. Now, what happened? This is limonite gossan, but the local miners actually set it up, put fire set, and to heat it up and then quench it with cold water in order to make it workable, because it's extremely hard. This is a malachite boxwork directly replacing chalcopyrite. So I'm going to summarize it all now. Why are there no major gold copper mineral deposits here so far? Well, little evidence of multiple phases of magma injection from the same plutons, which normally we tend to cause your fluids to pick up your gold, copper, and other minerals from your magnetite and mafic mineral phases, and then concentrate them into hydrous phases. There's no gem pegmatites that are close by. I don't think our plutons are related to active plate margins, so there's no fertile porphyry signature that I can see so far. And we don't have the same kind of metalliferous veins that we see from granites or cupolas, like in the Cornubian batholith or Variscan mobile belts. And potentially the restricted extent of skarns suggests limited lateral diffusion of mobile elements across their boundaries. They haven't traveled for hundreds of meters or tall. Also, the lack of crustal scale shears so far, but if they do exist, they're not obvious yet. And so high strain zones along granites with massive fluid flux have yet to be shown. And then the major brittle veins, such as the Nyakachanza, seem to be largely devoid of a major hydrothermal regional signature. Well, is there more potential? I've hinted about that. Beneath the carbonates in the Masika terrain in the far west, yes. It has been suggested that mineralization is associated with remobilization of metals from deeper sources in the shadows of high strain zones around more resistant metagabbro megabudans or granite cupolas, something worth following up. And there may be small shear hosted nickel, copper, cobalt, gold veins in the Achiza ultramafic suite in the far west. And that's basically it. And for those that want to look at the geology of the skarns, you're more than welcome to have a look at it, because they're actually very, very interesting. There's tremendous silicification of the limolitic gossans there, and there's some chemistry explaining it there. And yeah, thank you very much.
This is quite a long title. Emplacement and preservation of mineralized ekail within Rhone brecciated pedophylian arc. It's a new model. We've called it the thrust belt boudinage model, and it was developed by 3 or 4 of us at Tech, and very nicely animated and illustrated by Lena Jaqueta of striketip.com. So, disclaimer straight away is that it's been published. You can contact me at that email address if you want a copy of the paper. Been published in Mineralium Depositor about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and I think people are still digesting it. So we'll see those comments come back slowly, I guess, through the scientific networks. But what I'm going to do is just give you a kind of a crash course in what the model is, and at the end we can have a chat. So regional geology, you should know where the Central African Copper Belt or Lefilian Arc is. It stretches from Kolwezi in the DRC in the west right down to Lubumbashi in the southeast, and then extends also into the domes area of Zambia. So we're really going to be looking at the kind of the far northern part of that, which is called the Fold and Thrust Belt or the Outer Arc. these are the projects we've worked on around the Litholian Arc. So we've had the opportunity to see these things at a very fine granularity. We've built 3D models of all of these pits. And we've also been involved in regional exploration for Anglo-American and for ERG. And we are currently working in these operations at the moment: Pedicle, Frontier, Luwana, Coal, and Mutanda. So we have perhaps an advantage in being able to see the 3D geometries, what the character of these deposits are at the mine scale, and then also the regional geophysics around the Pedicle area, around various parts of the arc, where there's very nice geophysical data that we looked at to figure out where more of these deposits might occur. And that really has led us to the model that I'm going to present to you right now. I'm going to talk about 5 areas just as examples of what we initially called the double cuspate zones, and you'll see why we call them double cuspate zones. So those are lettered A to E, and the first one is the Mashitu Tenke Kungurume area. That's in the far north, at the sort of extremity, the apex, if you like, of the Spalding Thrust Belt. And what you see there are a number of characteristics that you see for most of the double cuspate zones. And that is, in the east, a very sharp termination in your Kundalungu, where it looks like you've had a breakage and a snap. Right in the middle to the south, you've got a large tongue of material. You've had whole folds, synclines and anticlines being carried forward into that area. And then, of course, you have the very famous and now well-known Ikail, which is French for onion flake or fish scale, depending on interpretation, which are these blue and red areas. And it's in those that you get your mineralization at the base of the Rhone. So that's really what everyone's excited about, and that's really what Tenke and Kungurume are established on, as all those little fragments. So the model really tries to explain how those fragments got there. And again, another disclaimer from the get-go is I'm not a salt tectonicist. I don't buy into the theory of salt tectonics. I've been visiting the Litholian Arc for the better part of 20 years, and I've seen very little to no evidence of salt tectonics or salt domes. And I've worked in the Middle East as well, so I know what they look like. So there has to be something else going on here. People can shove a haline wedge fluid inclusion under my nose. The only evidence you're showing me there is a haline wedge fluid inclusion, and that's an evidence of a haline wedge fluid inclusion. So that's like saying I have a piece of gravel in my hand, I therefore have a whole road, therefore it's salt tectonics. You need to do a little bit more to prove that there's salt tectonics. And a lot of the cross sections that have been popping out of feces show these amazing sort of little windows of putative domes and a huge underlying body of this material, this pinkish material, which is your Rhone breccia, which they say is the lag or leftover of that tectonism. Again, where's the salt? I haven't really seen very much evidence for that. So let's try and convince you of a different model. Here's northeast of Kambove, and again, you're coming a little bit east and a little bit south of the apex of the arc. And what you find there is a sort of a dilational zone as well. Not as big as Tenke Kungurume. You find one to the north that is incipient, not fully formed, that little downward pointing V. And you have little bits and pieces of Ikail stuck in there that are obviously being mined. But just as I go through these, think of the shapes that I'm highlighting here of your various Rhone breccia areas. Okay, that's that light pink stuff. Let's have a look at the Kanda area. That's perhaps the nicest example of a almost symmetrical double cuspate zone. It's the same story. Tongue of Kundalunga stuff pushing to the northeast. Rhone breccia in pink and your Ikail floating in it. Again, another little incipient crack to the north. So what I'm trying to do is to tune you into the fact that there's a coherent and very similar set of features as you go through these various double cuspate zones. Here's the Kambove area. Again, a little bit fuzzy as to how this terminates on the lateral margins, but that's the way they've mapped it. And here you have relatively flat-lying Ikail in a very tight or limited Rhone breccia area. And again, you have a a very small incursion or tongue pushing to the northeast. And the last one is the Shinkolove area, same story, double cuspate zone, pink round breccia and EKL floating image. And then a few smatterings or fragments of EKL in one of the arms to the east. Okay, so the challenge is, how do you reconcile these very consistent common features between these various areas with, in a single model? Now, if you zoom in a little bit and you look at these EKL, they've got a very sort of snipped off or consistent stratigraphy that ends up floating in their own breccia. You've got your rat, red argillaceous talcose unit at the bottom, that's sheared, it's got schlieren in it. And then you're up into the D-strat, the RSF, and then after the RSC, which I think is a preserved stromatolite, you've got your SD and STB, and that's really your all package. But it's really in a very fractured, sheared, and veined part of the stratigraphy. And that's the point I want to make, is that this mineralization is very much more strata bound than stratiform. So, you're not looking at a red bed sequence, you're looking at the veined, cracked up lower part of a very specific part of your stratigraphy. And you don't have to go too far up before there's nothing. There's top of your EKL, and that's what we call the delamination horizon, which is where we think this little interval of stratigraphy breaks off and falls into the round breccia. There's a lot of work that's been done over the last decade or so by Kipata and the Belgians. And what this really seeks to show is some kind of series of deformation events based on the fracturing in these various EKLs. So Kawezi is on the left and the northwest, and as you get down to the southeast, you head towards Lubumbashi and beyond. And what they're really trying to show is that there's a very consistent orientation of fractures in early Lithilian times, but that really goes a bit pear-shaped. It becomes quite chaotic as you go through the various stages. One of the limitations or one of the downfalls of this study, and I don't want to be cruel to them because it's one of the only studies on this kind of thing, is that all these fractures, because these EKL are at various attitudes, need to be considered relative to bedding. And that's what they don't do. Okay, so the moment you've lost continuity, the moment your EKL has become detached from the rest of the stratigraphy, all bets are off. You've basically got this thing that's floating in a sea of breccia that can be upside down, vertical, any orientations. Your fractures kind of become meaningless unless you try and restore them to their relative position with respect to bedding. Then I'm sure you'll get a story emerging. That is work that I hope that they will do. But really, at some point, there was fairly orthogonal bedding perpendicular fracturing, dilation, we think, and then initiation of what we call double cuspate zones. And we'll show you in animation how we're thinking about that. The other thing that you need to reconcile is this. And this hit me one evening as a bit of an epiphany, is that most of the people that publish on this area are Australian or Belgian. Okay, and those countries have got two things, or one thing in common really, is that they're very flat. So, if you don't fully take into account the effect of topography, you might not recognize what you're looking at here. However, if you go to the Dolomites in Italy, you go to any part of the Alps, you'll bump into geologists who are schooled in the detritus, the deposits that get shed off these advancing thrust fronts. And they're known as olistostromes. Those can be subaqueous. If you go to Germany, they call it a Fleisch. If you go to England, they might call it a turbinite or coarse-grained turbinite. It's all really very much the same thing with various nuances. And it's disturbing that the geologists who are looking at these things somehow see them as salt deposits or the relict bits and pieces of salt deposits. If you go to most parts of the Alps, they are recognizably very similar to olistostromes or Fleisch deposits that you see there. So out of this matrix of 9 figures, only 2 are rat or roan breccia. And I'm guessing you can't spot which ones those are. I've had endless debates with Congolese geologists about this, but basically that's right. Okay, the rest are from the Alps. So yeah, so I think if you drag an Italian geologist to the Lipinian Arc, he'd say, hey, you know, has someone documented these anistastromes? And the answer would be, well, they have, but they think that the residue of salts don't, or salt deposits, or salt tectonics. The other thing that you have to reconcile is the fact that you get a lot of iron movement between echoliths. So this is an example from around the Cobb area. You've got massive fine-grained specular hematite, entrained lenses of dolomitic limestone. But really what it's telling you is that there's a huge iron-rich fluid movement that is just demonstrating the expulsion of iron-bearing fluids northwards into the foreland, from the hinterland to the north. Now, obviously, that's going to be related somehow to your mineralization. This is a fairly rare instance or outcrop. It's where two echoliths are really in close contact with one another. So you don't have a lot of intervening roan breccia, that pink stuff that's on the maps. Okay, but it is evidence of huge iron movement, and that's going to give you your red color at the base of your echolith, right? So what we did is we approached Lina Jakita. She's got her own company called strike.com, and her business is really illustrating geological processes. She is a geologist herself with an MSc in geology, and she does wonderful, wonderful work, really creative. And it's quite an iterative process to get this right. You need to be quite prescriptive at the beginning, but then, you know, think laterally as you go along. So what follows in the next 10 slides is really what we think is happening in these double cuspate zones. And on the right is an actual map, a plan view of the Lipinian Arc. Now, or part of the Lipinian Arc. What people forget is that you have thin skin thrusting. So what you're seeing to the right in A is really just a slice, the erosional surface, if you like, across a bunch of gently inclined thin skin thrust. And that means that at some stage, you must have had thrusts that are higher up that have been eroded away. So what we think happens is that you've got a hanging wall with an oxidized surface that's moving over a footwall. There's a mold of brecciated base as this moves. And as things progress, as your arc flexes, and I think this is what everyone, you know, the answer's been right under our noses, the Lipinian arc, right? There's not many places in the world where you get such a curvature of an arc. To get that curvature, you're going to have to break things. If you want to make that omelet, you've got to break some eggs. And the eggs you're breaking are basically forming double cuspate zones. So as these things extend and open up, well, you're eroding the overlying, transgressing, very thin thrust, the hanging wall, into those sumps, if you like. Okay, and that's really forming a wet, elastistromy bucket into which other things can then fall. And what are those other things that fall into them? Okay, well, there's things that start, okay, well, there's also conglomerate that you get, that you can see at Cobb as well. But basically what you're doing is you're pumping iron-rich fluids along the base of your hanging wall. You're eroding an oxidized surface down into your foreland, and you're riding over it. No wonder the base of the echolith are red. No wonder the branch is red. Okay, it's a bit of a no-brainer, right? But now it comes to the exciting part. What we think is happening is that there are mineralized echoliths, fractured, veined at the base of these thrust units, that are collapsing into those developing double cuspate zones, into those sumps. One of the things that salt tectonics can't answer is why you get streams and streams and streams of unmineralized roan everywhere across the arc. It's the same unit, it's just ain't mineralized. Why is no one drilling that? Why is no one exploring it? It's because the lower roan is only mineralized in your double cuspate zones. Okay, so that tells you something about fluid movement, about space creation, about brecciation, and about regional fluid moving fronts, and how they're preserved, basically. Because if you pop them into a slump, right, into a big sort of sump, they're deeper down, right? So they're preferentially preserved, and that's why they're there. That's why you find them there. Okay, so taking the process to, so if you click on that properly. taking the process to the nth degree, and if you section it horizontally, what you have is that. You basically have an anticline that's been cracked open and that has collapsed like the Titanic on one side. Maybe there's another sharp break on the other side, and that's why these double crustate zones made look asymmetrical, and they have a fold on one side, but a sharp break on the other. And you have a bunch of mineralized EKL that have collapsed into your Roan breccia. And they're really all very much identical in terms of the stratigraphy. So it tells you that there's some kind of preferential breakage or delamination horizon above them that lets them go when they reach a certain curvature or when they're fractured enough. And then in they go again, like the Titanic. So that's really the model that was published. And that also very nicely explains the flexure and dilation and the pinchment of your Kundalungu and upper part of your sequence into those spaces. So that's the model. I think the other thing we need to emphasize is that if you're a structural geologist, you come across papers, and this is what Cornet, one of the co-authors, he said, hey, have a look at these papers. Have a look at Arslan et al. 2008. Have a look at those shapes. So this is relatively high grade material that's been boudinaged. So you got little pinch zones. Everyone knows what a boudin is. It's a French word for sausage, but string of sausage, there's these necks in them. Those are low pressure zones into which fluids move. Right? Look at the patterns that you're getting. They're not dissimilar to the patterns we're getting in the Philian arc. Okay, you might have them at a very small scale. That's a thin section at the top, but the lower one is obviously much larger scale. And there's also examples of mineralization, especially base metal deposits, lead zinc deposits forming in these necks or boudins. So that's really it. The last one is the animation that I'm going to try and bravely play for you. So here it is. And that's pretty much it. That's the end of the talk. More details in the paper. So lots of time for questions, fortunately or unfortunately.
Thanks so much, Ian. Yes, very, very interesting and very cool little animation at the end there. So are there any questions from the floor? It's a very quiet audience today, I must admit. Okay, well then again.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to say, if you were thinking of exploring in the Nephilian arc, this is the kind of models, or these are the kind of models that you need to think about. Where are your other dilational zones? Maybe they're not as well formed as these, but there might be ones that are a bit more incipient, a bit more less developed. And also, you can see this very clear pattern at take it from the Rumbi. There's a really wide, well-developed one right at the apex. As you come down towards the hinterland, the double cuspate zone gets smaller and smaller and smaller until they basically disappear. So that tells you that you do have this hinterland to foreland increasing flexure of these things, and that's why Tinke from Garumbi is so enriched and so well endowed with mineralization. It's right at the apex of that fluid moving front. That's where everything's been done. That's why Cov is also that rich. It's right on the edge of it. So I think there's a lot of support for the model. I haven't really heard much from the saltists, from the salt tectonics chaps. We did go up to Cov last week. The MJ and Caitlin were there, and they delivered this to the geologists, and they all seemed very favorable or very receptive of the model. So we'll slowly get it out there. Anyway, I'll leave it open to the floor.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Ian. I do see Judith has her hand up. Go for it, Judith.
You just unmute myself first. Ian, that was very fascinating. and we're aware of the paper. But how you're not completely dismissing salt tectonics, but how do you see it fits in with your model?
I'm not. Yeah, no, I'm not. I am dismissing salt tectonics. I'm not dismissing. I am.
Yeah.
I'm not dismissing the fact that there might be relic subcos or halites in the stratigraphy which pick up fluids and move them along. That's fine. But this whole idea that the salt dipoles or domes has moved these EKL en masse and then suddenly somehow disappeared, it just doesn't. It doesn't sit well with me, and I can't really find much evidence for that. You know, you should find a whole lot of other features. You know, people talk about salt wells, you know, being in the Lithilian arc. If it's a tensional area which is flexed, how can it be a weld? The weld is the opposite of that. So there's a lot of, you know, over extrapolation, if you like, of halite filled fluid inclusions to these grandiose, big, you know, models of salt tectonics. You can do the same thing with tectonics per se, without the salt. That's really the point I'm trying to make.
Hi again, everybody. Thank you for GSSA for giving this opportunity to present our branch, Northern Cape branch, sorry for the typo, branch of the GSSA. I'll just be doing a quick introduction and overview. So it will be just a fast one just to show our activities for the year. So I'll just go through the agenda. Will be our branch introduction, our executive committee members, membership, the past and future activities, and our sponsorship. So the Northern Cape of GSSA branch was launched on the 9th of October 2019 and has since grown from strength to strength. We successfully navigated the COVID-19 pandemic and growing the branch membership and providing a platform for industry professionals and businesses to connect and network through a professional body. The branch strives to create awareness and opportunity in a province which has an amazing potential and diversity. Our aim is to continue to promote the development of the province, combining all the stakeholders and interested parties together in participation of the growth and understanding of geological deposits, opportunities through networking and skills development. In this vibrant and economically active region, we remain passionate about the Northern Cape, its inhabitants, and seeing it reach its full potential, creating value, providing impact, and positively contributing towards the development of the country. Here's just our 2022 committee members from various companies throughout the Northern Cape region. Our branch members has grown quite a bit. We are now 186 members with 172 practicing geologists, 3 retired geologists, and 12 academia, 1 unemployed, and 2 in non-geological roles. We currently have a number of 3 students and 68 members of historically disadvantaged groups, 32 non-South Africans, and a percentage of members who are also members of the GSSA is 68%. Our membership is still free, and we've got contact details if you'd like to join the branch. So our activities on 2022, we started off with our new committee members following our AGM at the end of 2021. Strategy meeting we held at Orion premises at the beginning of the year, January. We then had quite a very successful West Coast Diamonds event, very interesting talks all through the diamond deposits and exploration techniques. We then sponsored our GSSA Advanced Structural course in May 2022. In August, we assisted and supported a career day at a Bati Ready High School, it's called, in Kuruman. So our team went out to explain and, explain to the kids of any type of career paths, and the Northern Cape branch was there explaining geology and exploration. We also just had another successful event last week, the Northern Cape Iron Ore Event and Excursion in Sishenka 2. Very good outcome. Very well, a successful event. And we currently sponsoring the African Exploration Showcase now, and we'll be doing our AGM in the end of this month in November. For our activities in 2023, after the AGM, of course, we'll have a new branch strategy meeting with the new committee members. And due to the success as well of the West Coast Diamonds event, we have penciled that in as well for early next year. And then future events, which the new committee will work on, will be cluster-specific events. So in order, as we know, the Northern Cape is quite big, so for everybody to have an opportunity, we will decide on different events specific to different clusters. And now I'll just go through a couple of photos. That was our strategy meeting with the new committee members at the beginning of the year at the Rhine premises. Our West Coast Diamonds event, very successful, very good speakers as well. Just a bit more West Coast. And the Career Day that we supported and assisted with. And our iron ore exploration drill techniques in Sishen Katu. We thank Anglo as well for hosting us and our field trips. Some more pictures on those. And then our thanks to our sponsors for the year, and also thank you to the GSSA team, Tanya, Craig, Lulu, Marilise, thank you for guiding us and assisting us during this.
So I think I will introduce myself firstly. Chelodombe is my name. And I'm the geologist, exploration geologist, working for Luso Global Mining. So I'm very delighted to be part of this special occasion. So I'm going to spend time just to explain on the work that we're doing on one of our projects, exploration projects in Angola. The project is called Mavoyo West. So I'm going to run us through the location where the license is, and the geological setting and the stratigraphy location. We're trying to locate ourselves because our license, we're trying to locate ourselves in a certain geological setting and the stratigraphy that we at least know that we'll find some mineralization. So I'll run us through the geological setting where we are, the style of mineralization of Mavoyo Tetelo. Now, Mavoyo Tetelo, I'll explain later, is one of the license that is to the east. So we used it as a model even as we were exploring for base metals in our area. And I'll try also to highlight, the likely mineralization controls and the model of exploration that we're doing and the recommendations thereafter. So about our Mavoyo West project. So Mavoyo West project is a base metal exploration program. So I will explain later, but I just want maybe to acquaint ourselves to its location. So currently our works are based in Angola, and we are based in a province called Zaire province, northwest of Angola. I think if you can see it here. This is where we're based. This is where our project, our license is. So our license saddles between two provinces. The larger part of it is in a province called Zaire, and the smaller part is in a province called Uij. But most of our works so far we've been doing in Zaire province. So with regards to accessibility, our license is easily accessible, and you don't really have a lot of challenges to get to our license. It's about 350 kilometers in displacement with reference to Luanda. And then by road, 400 kilometers, about 400 kilometers. So it's a drive of about 5 to 6 hours maximum. Then you have access to where our license is. So it's not a very, it may be remote, but not very remote in that we've got access to, at least there are nearest towns where there's a power line there, except for the remotest areas, but at least up to where you can have amenities, let's say have access to water, or if you want to buy something geological, some food, some other things that you would need for your team, at least you've got nearest town. There's a nearest town called Mbanza, Congo. So at least you can buy stuff from there. So this is where our license is located, is in a good setup. At least you can have access to it from Luanda by road. and then 5 to 6 hours, you are already there on our site. So I'll proceed now to the geological setting where we are as a license. I believe we understand that in geology, or as we are exploring for base metals, it's important to know the geological setting where you are and the stratigraphy, because stratigraphy plays a role again with regards to the formations that are reductants and are able to precipitate the mineralizing fluids that you are, as we are looking for mineral deposits. So our geological setting, we are in this West Congo belt. The West Congo belt is a belt where our license is for a good reason. And one of the reasons is that in the West Congo belt, we've got younger sediments, Neoproterozoic sediments, which are quite similar to the sediments that are there in the Central African Copper Belt, for example, in Zambia. We've got the carbonates here in Zambia as well, and then we have got the carbonates as well here in the West Congo Belt, which are equivalent to Zambia, where they've found where there are a lot of deposits for copper and base metals. So we are in the West Congo Belt, and when you look at this middle picture here, this is our license, and to the eastern side of our license is Mavoyo Tetelo. Now, there's a series of historical mineral currencies here, and at Mavoyo Tetelo, there's a historical mine already that was there. So along this area, we already have discoveries of mineralization. So we are at a position where we've discovered ourselves, we've made sure that we are in a West Congo belt, we are in a geological setting that guarantees us, or that favors precipitation, or that favors precipitation of mineralizing fluids, where we expect that at least we'll have some deposit. That's our geological setting. And to the eastern side, we have got already discovered deposits here. So it puts us in a good position because we can relate with what the general geology explains and what has been discovered already at these other deposits, and then we can infer, or we can relate, we can sync with the geology and the stratigraphy of what we have in our area. So apparently this is our geological setting. We're in the West Congo belt. This is our focus, mainly because we've considered that there are younger sediments, Neoproterozoic sediments, which are similar to what we have in the Central African Copper Belt. And this next slide just shows the West Congo belt. So the West Congo belt is a northwest, southeast trending belt. Now the West Congo belt has undergone different phases of deformation and rifting. It has undergone different phases of rifting and deformation, and metamorphism. So I will have to explain a little bit on this picture, which is here, this section. So this section shows the western side and the eastern side. So cutting across from this side, from the west to the east, this is what we see. So on the internal zone, this area over here, we've got subvertical dipping formations. Usually this is a metamorphic environment. This is a metamorphic environment, and the serious rifting, it's evident here because at this internal zone, this is where close to convergence, when the San Francisco Craton was in convergence with the Congo Craton, this is the area here which was mainly affected by rifting and all those geological activities. So you find that this internal zone here has got a lot of metamorphic metamorphic rocks, and it's extensively granite. Once you go there, you see a lot of granite. So it's highly rifted and highly sheared, this area. However, the internal zone was not really our interest because it lacks a sedimentary package. It may have structures that may favor pathways, or that may have faults within, which may act as pathways to the surface for the mineralizing fluids, but it doesn't have a package which can trap or cause precipitation of these mineralizing fluids. That's why we are not here in the internal zone. Our project is to the east side of the foreland, because here we have got a sedimentary package which can guarantee that once there is any mineral migration through the faults, as the fluids, the saline fluids are coming up, are welling, we know that once they find this reducing formation sedimentary package carbonates, they'll be able to capture them, and then precipitation will occur to form a mineral deposit. So we're not in this internal zone, we're somewhere to the east, the foreland basin. So I think I just wanted to make mention of this because it's very important to know where we are as people that are exploring for base metals, so that it guides us even on the kind of exploration model that we're going to follow or to adopt. Then this is the regional stratigraphy. So I've mentioned about the regional setting. We're in the West Congo Belt. The West Congo Belt has undergone serious deformation, and there are a series of faults in there. So we chose the West Congo Belt, the foreland basin, because of these activities, tectonism that has happened, and that there is a sedimentary package. So we are more to the side, to the eastern side, where there's a sedimentary package, as we are looking for the base metals. And then stratigraphically, this is the general stratigraphy for the West Congo Belt. So I will not dwell much on these others. I'll concentrate on the one in Angola. So the West Congo Belt stratigraphy is such that the portion, the uppermost formations have got the clastic materials. They've got clastic sediments. And then as we get deeper down, as we drill down, that's why we find now the calcareous, the carbonates, the schistocalcareous, as it is called in the stratigraphy. So here in Angola, we've got the Inkisi group, and then which is underlain by Mpioka, and then we've got the schistocalcareous. Now the schistocalcareous is the one of interest because that's where we have the carbonates. So the next slide just highlights our area of interest, the stratigraphy that we are interested in. The formation that we're interested in is the schistocalcareous, which is the carbonate formation, based on the fact that studies have revealed that it has got organic material. It has got organic material, and which is very important in the reduction of mineralizing fluids that finds their way up through the fault systems and fault zones that we have observed and mapped in the area where we're working from. So this is about the two areas that I wanted to mention. That number one, we are positioned well with regards to the geological setting in the West Congo Belt. Secondly, we are positioned well with regards to stratigraphy. We are focusing on the schistocalcareous group, in short, the carbonate group. That is the one, that's the formation we're focusing on. We're focusing on the schistocalcareous because of its properties, and not only that, because there has been some other discoveries of deposits within the same formation. For example, in Congo, at Bamba Kilenda, there's a mineralization in this schistocalcareous, the C5, and at the same time at Tetelo Mavoyo, mineral deposits, which are just about 50 kilometers east of us, there is mineralization in this formation, the schistocalcareous. So this is our focus, the schistocalcareous, even as we are exploring for base metals. This one just highlights this page just shows the names of the different formations. So the schistocalcareous is divided in 5 in 5 groups. They're all dolomites, but then we'll talk about that later. But I just wanted to highlight that the schistocalcario is the most important. When we are exploring in this area, it's important to position ourselves in the foreland basin where we've got a sedimentary package, and then focus on the schistocalcario because of its properties, organic matter, and it's able to cause precipitation of mineralizing fluids that come through the faults. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about Mavoyo Tetelo. Now, Mavoyo Tetelo is not our area. It's not in our license. Mavoyo Tetelo is way to the east of our license. But we used it as a model to superimpose with the information that we had, because initially in our license, we had done geological mapping, we had done structural mapping, trying to understand the kind of structures and the faults and the role they are playing in our area. Then we had done geochemical sampling, and we had done we've done trenches across the sampling across the crosscuts, road crosscuts. Yeah, because there's thick overburden there. Sometimes it can be challenging to sample, to do geochemical sampling. So we used, after collecting the information that we had, we wanted just to have a simulation, because to the east of us, there was already a mine or a deposit that was already discovered. And in prehistoric, way back, there's even a prehistoric mine there. So it was just expedient that since we are almost in the same sedimentary package, in the same sedimentary basin, and just about 50 kilometers in displacement from the Mavoyo Tetelo. So we initially did some work study and referred to what they have at Mavoyo Tetelo. So I'm going just to show you these pictures here that I don't know if you're able to see them. These pictures is showing the kind of ore that they have at Mavoyo Tetelo. So at Mavoyo Tetelo, we have observed that, I'll take you to, Lonnie, are you here?
Yes, I can still see. Yes, Michelle.
Okay. So I want to explain a little bit on this picture here, that's on the middle.
Yes.
Yeah. So this picture, if you can see, there's here, there's the purplish line here. It shows high magnetism. It shows high magnetism. So, and this is where the Mavoyo Tetelo mine that was being in operation, that was in operation way back by the Portuguese, is positioned. And here we've got a lot of mineral deposits along the same fault. So what we realized when we were checking the model for the Mavoyo Tetelo was that the Mavoyo Tetelo is structurally controlled. Regardless of, it doesn't have, from observations, it doesn't have a strict formation, only one formation where mineralization is found, but it has got mineralization in what they call the quartz sandstone. And then it has also mineralization, but in the limestone, predominantly in the limestone. However, the mineralization style is not really dictated by the formation, but usually it's the fault. There's a fault which is called the fault of hematite. So most of all the discoveries are along the same fault of hematite, which trends northeast, southwest. And of the drill holes, historical data of the drill holes that have been drilled, all of them, it is discovered that all of them have got an influence of the fault. Drill holes that have been drilled along the fault, you find that the mineralization is close to the fault. Any formation that is close to the fault, beneath and above, it is mineralized. So in this model, we discovered one thing, that regardless of the formations that were there, the fault was the major control of mineralization. So that's one thing that we wanted to understand, if it was the same prevailing situation in our area, if our mineralization was controlled purely by the fault or not by the fault. So takeaways from the Mavoyo Tetelo, we discovered that structural controlled mineralization was prevalent in that area, because other areas where there was no fault, where there was no major fault, even if you have got the sought after formation, the carbonate, when you drill there, when there's no fault interference, you discover that there will be no mineralization. So we took away from the Mavoyo-Tetelo model that faults are the ones that play a major role in our area. So one thing we established, we said, okay, since if we are close to Mavoyo-Tetelo and that Mavoyo-Tetelo have got, the area is influenced by faults, I think we should also adopt a situation where we do analysis of all the faults. So even in our target, we were like, let's incorporate fault analysis. In as much as we are in a good stratigraphic section, we are in a good geologic setting, but we need to map all the faults, the major faults that we have, because they are related to mineralization. So that's how we began our journey now as Mavoyo West. So we did mapping. And we've got a serious geological database of mapping. So from the mapping that we did, we discovered that we had some carbonate rocks and some carbonaceous shells, which are very important. We also discovered that there was serious withering of meta sediments, as evidenced in the picture here on the left here. Yes, on the left side, this side, serious weathering, and then most of the formations that are here are horizontal. They are not steeply dipping down. When you drill down, that's where we expect subfolding. But on the formations that are above the other formation, the Siansikwa and all those, they are horizontal. So this is the formation that we really wanted. Now, once we discovered that we had the carbonate formation, we were like, we should find now a target where we're going to drill for the holes. Since we've established already that we're in a good geological setting, we found the formation that we want, and we need to check for the faults. We drill some areas where we've got high magnetics and see if there's any relationship with the faulting. So after geological mapping, we did analysis of geophysical data. So the geophysical information that we got, this is the digital elevation model, and then this is the tube derivative. So from here, we did process this information with regards to geological structure, geostructures. So if you see this map, which is to the right, this map here, it shows the structures that have been identified based on geophysical information. So these faults that are in this picture were our target areas. These ones, since they are very important, they are pathways for mineralizing fluids. They were targets. Number one, we identified these structures, and since we had already identified from mapping the formations that were of interest, we now had a catalog of data that was needed to help us generate targets. We had high areas where we had high magnetics, and prior we had done some geochemical sampling, and now we had these structures that we assume were the major controls for mineralization. So after that, we planned hose drilling. We planned drilling based on the sufficient information that we had. So to date, we've done 4 RC holes, and we've done 11 holes of diamond drilling. So we started our campaign with the RC drilling, and then we went to diamond drilling, where we did 11 holes. Now, all of these points were strategically put based on the information that we had, geochemical information, geophysical information, and structural understanding that we had. So after drilling, this is the discovery that we had, that we found out. So our stratigraphy is quite different from the one that we have at Mavoyo Tetelo. Mavoyo Tetelo is our reference point because they already have got mineralized, they already have discovered mineralization there, and we've got a deposit, prehistoric, that was being exploited. So in Mavoyo, they've got the clastics, they've got the Inkisi formation, they've got the Mpioka formation, and then that's when they have what is called the schistocalcario, which is a carbonate. Now, it's different with us. For us, we don't have in our area, we don't have the Inkisi, which are clastics. We don't have the Mpioka, which are also clastic conglomerates and acoses. What we only have in our area is the schistocalcario. It's the limestone that we have, though it has got some intercalations of some shells and some mini interbedding of sandstones, but it's the schistocalcario. So this one has positioned.
Sorry, Michele, just warning you, you've got about 3 minutes time left. Apologies.
Oh, sorry. Talking on, I'll end up, yeah. So this is the formation. This is the formation that we have in our area, and it's very much of interest because it is mineralized. So as you can see here, once we drill, we have a dense network of these veinlets. So we have chalcopyrite, we've got pyrite, we've got pyrite, an association of pyrite and bonite, and then we've got pyrite and bonite. So for us to identify, to know that we've got mineralization in our area, it's a plus, because we know that we are going to now find a more consolidated model that we're going to use, having found mineralization, and we know the controls of mineralization already. So our findings is that the area where we've drilled is along the fault. So just the same as Mavoyo Tetelo, all the mineralization is along the fault. Our mineralization as well is along the fault here. This is where we find mineralization. So all the holes that have been drilled here on this major fault, and it can be evidenced here because of the high magnetics here. This is the major fault. So now we have adopted a model. A model that we've adopted is that we should really concentrate. It's a carbon-hosted deposit that we are likely to discover, but it is influenced by faults. Regardless of mineralization being in one limestone, there is need for us to even identify further. But one thing we establish is that there's an influence of the fault pathways through which the mineralizing fluids get precipitated in the limestone. So our next target is to drill further. Since we've established that our mineralization is along the fault, we were drilling holes that were less than 400 meters, but now we intend to drill deeper, 700 meters, to have a full stratigraphic section and the extent of the mineralization. So thank you very much. This is what has been happening here at Mavoyo in Angola.
Oh, thank you so much, Michele. Very interesting, good insights into your structural mineralization and on the deposit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions?
Hi, I do. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
yeah.
Stephen.
I just wanted to ask you, is there any evidence that within those schistocalcaire that you have more porous horizons and there's potential for mineralizing fluids in, you said you had arenaceous, you had some sandy carbonaceous intercalations within the schistocalcaire limestone. Is there any evidence that you're getting percolation of mineralizing fluids through those more sandy horizons?
Apparently, we don't have in our sandy horizons, we haven't observed any mineralization.
Okay.
Yes, it's only in those limestone area where we've got intensive. I think it's, yeah, I know for sure it's hydrothermal. We have veinlets, a dense network of veinlets only in the limestone where we have even mineralization, but in the sandy ones we don't have.
Okay, and is that those quartz or calcite veinlets?
Yeah, calcite veinlets.
Okay, thank you.
Are you viewing this as an IOCG?
No, we are doing it as a sediment-hosted massive sulfide.
Okay, because we worked on Mavoya Totelo, and that was what we came up with. So there are other models that you should maybe look at.
Yeah. Okay, no, it's good to share. It's good to share information. Thank you so much, IOCG at Mavoya Totelo. All right.
Like Loni introduced me, I am with the MSA group. I only recently joined in May this year. For those of you not familiar, MSA provide geological consultancy services across the mining value chain, although we are well known for the exploration stage. Just this year, things have picked up after COVID restrictions were released, and we've been busy in 24 plus different countries. We do about 100 projects a year, and there are about 100 geologists and associated professionals with MSA, either permanently employed or working as associates or contractors. Just a brief snapshot of where we involve ourselves in the mining industry. We have different divisions within the company: geology and exploration, resource, mining studies, environmental, and analytical services. And so we are active right from the start through to mine closure. And here's a few pictures of some of the exploration activities we were involved in. Okay, sorry about that. We're on full screen again. All right, so I'm going to share with you some of the experiences I had while I worked in Namibia. It's prior to my time at MSA, but it is a good exploration example. And with all our concerns about carbon emissions and power, uranium, I think, is going to become interesting again. And so in Namibia, there are already projects that are getting activated for uranium exploration in Namibia and elsewhere in the world. And so let's just get a little bit of background about the uranium industry. It's quite a difficult commodity to track. It does have boom and bust periods, and these do sort of coincide with major global events such as the 1970s oil crisis that drove interest in uranium up. And in fact, many of the deposits in Namibia were discovered during this time in the 1970s. And then we have big nuclear power accidents at 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl in the 1980s. Price drops due in part to the breakup of the USSR and the megatons to megawatts program, where they dismantle warheads to provide fuel to power stations. And then in the early 2000s, China announces that it's going to promote nuclear as an important source of power for their growing economy. And that then drove the new demand in the early and mid 2000s, where Namibia got so full of applications for uranium exploration, they actually placed a moratorium on exploration licenses. So if you got in early, you kept your license and nobody else got in after that. Then the wheels fell off in 2011 when Fukushima happened, but that doesn't seem to have stopped world requirements. Still carried on because there were a lot of power stations under construction. And what we see now since 2018 really is the production of uranium has dropped. That's due in part to the price drop. As you can see, the price of uranium is pretty erratic, huge spikes and huge dips. And my time in Namibia coincides with that price spike from about 2005 onwards. Okay, where we are now, our world production is about 20% down from where it was 5 years ago. However, the installed capacity has grown by 5%, and the requirements to fuel these stations is also up. Okay, so uranium deposit types, they essentially fall into three big categories, although the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, has quite a detailed description of the different deposit types. But they're either in sediments or in metamorphic rocks, or they are related to igneous activity. And the big famous ones in Namibia are the intrusive types, where Rossing, the Rossing mine is the type locality. They also have big superficial deposits. Langer Heinrich is a big operating mine in Namibia, although it's on care and maintenance at the moment. And there is also the big Trekorpi deposits further to the north. Right, so uranium in Namibia, it's an established mining jurisdiction. The country has the capacity to provide 10% of the world's uranium needs. There is a really good government support for mining and exploration. There's big world-class mines operating there. And there are a number of deposits. Many of them were discovered in the 1970s, like I said, but during the 2000s, they were expanded on with big exploration programs, and quite a few of them are at quite advanced feasibility stages. Bannerman recently announced a new mine plan where they will mine at a smaller scale to be more efficient, among others. So why is there so much uranium in Namibia? Essentially what you have is a lot of recycled crustal rock that's been metamorphosed and partially melted in a orogenic setting where two continents or continental masses, the Kalahari Craton in the south and the Congo Craton in the north, collided and formed a quite well zoned origin, where the middle zone or the central zone of this origin is where you have the exposure of the deepest parts of this origin, where you have the highest amounts of partial melting. And it is in this particular metamorphic conditions that you have released incompatible elements from minerals such as zircon and monazite into melts. And you don't need to melt a lot of rock to concentrate a lot of the incompatibles. So a small percentage of melt can migrate from source with a very high concentration of these incompatible elements. And these granitic rocks colloquially are named elaskites, although by definition they're not strictly elastitic in composition. They are basically quartz and feldspar with a very low content of mafics, almost always biotite plus a little bit of magnetite, sometimes garnet. And these elaskites then react with the overlying sediments. And some of these sediments contain enough reducing capacity to change soluble oxidized uranium into insoluble uranium-2, which then precipitates out predominantly as uraninite. So there's just a cross-section of this origin with the cratons on the left and the right, and the central zone being the highest metamorphic conditions. And that's where you have the most melting. Those sediments, essentially you've got a representation of a basin that gets deeper as time progresses. And so you start with fluviatile sediments at the base in the Etusis, and moving up through the sequence, you have the Kahn Formation where the water's slightly deeper. You have more calcsilicate type rocks and schists, amphibole, pyroxene gneisses, aluminous gneiss, and quartzites. And then you have, there is a disconformity, an unconformity maybe is a better word to use, and you get into a cyclic carbonate sequence known as the Rossing Formation, which has carbonates at its base, pelitic sediments in the middle, and then carbonates towards the top, as well as quartzites. Then there's a major discordance, and you have deposition of the Churs Formation, which coincides with snowball earth. And you have these muds and mixites and diamictites full of pebbles and boulders. And these, of course, have been metamorphosed into schists, but the pebbles are still evident. And there's also reduced facies in banded iron formations. And then as we go up through the sequence, there's more carbonates, and towards the top, you've got this Fleisch sequence known as the Quiescent Formation, which is basically just a really thick schist package on surface now. Right, so where do these uranium-bearing granites occur? They're mostly at the boundary between the Kahn and the Rossing, and then also higher up in the sequence, associated with a small member called the Arundus. It's not really a formation, it's just a thin lens of also calc-silicate type rock, full of sulfides as well. And wherever these elastites have interacted with these reducing sediments, you then have these uranium deposits forming. And this is what it looks like on surface. This is a great view from the Rossing mine looking towards the Husab mine, and you will get some sort of idea of where we are with a map in the slides that come. But from right to left, we go up through the stratigraphy with the Kahn Formation towards the base. The orange color of the Rossing Formation, all those sulfides are oxidizing on surface. And then the Churs Formation, the thick Caribib Formation carbonates, and then the Quiescent Formation way over on the left. The Zebraberg, I've just put it there, that was the title slide illustration, and it is actually predominantly Kahn Formation. Right, so for these granites to form a deposit, you also have to have some kind of focusing mechanism. You have to have the ground structurally prepared for these granites to have space to intrude. And this is just a schematic I have of some of the major deposits in Namibia. And essentially what you need is the sedimentary sequence close to basement rocks being deformed and folded. And because the sedimentary sequence contains rocks of different competencies, you do have space opening up in hinge zones, or where you have extension on the hinges of big fold structures. Or in the case of the Tango deposit, you have a lot of strain against the side of a big basement lobe. And that strain opens up space and the partial melts move in. And they happen to move in where you have enough reactive rock to precipitate uranium and form a deposit. It can get very complicated. A small deposit known as the Holland's Dome was studied in great detail by Alex Kisters and Feline Kruger. And they put a really nice idea of what an upright fold full of uranium-bearing granites would look like. And then I guess one of the more important pieces of work in terms of understanding how these
apologies, Guy, apologies, just warning you for your 5 minutes for ending.
Okay, all right, so I better move on to the actual exploration. Right, so if we want to find these deposits, first of all, you need to be near some basement, and here's basement in the area around Rossing and Husab and Itango. Around that basement, we have sediments, the green Kahn Formation, blue Rossing Formation. You want to be near these sediments. And so here are where the major deposits occur. I haven't labeled Husab, because you can't actually see it on surface. It was buried beneath the sand. And the slides that come will illustrate how it was discovered. Okay, some hardworking geologists next to the rig there. And as you can see, it's mostly sand cover on the rock at Husab, with a little bit of subcrop here and there. So this is what it looks like. At the top of the map, you have some exposure of those meta sediments, and then they are covered by the Namib desert sand. If we look at a radiometric, that big blue area is where HUSAB actually is, but it does not show up because it's hidden by the sand. If we look at the magnetics, this is the regional government magnetics, and you can trace those sediments beneath the surface. However, the resolution is a little bit too poor to get a good target. The geologists who discovered the deposit did drill at what some of these low resolution targets, and they did hit uranium bearing granites. And so they then moved on to get a high resolution HeliMag survey, and this gave them the magnetic targets to aim for and then grow their resource systematically. They also went about improving the geological mapping. I was involved with the mapping at the very top end of the deposit because we wanted to understand the near surface on the Rossing side of the border. And we then had that magnetic data reinterpreted so that we could better target future drilling to the south of the known deposits. And this is the story today. There's a big mine there. And I think another part of exploration that doesn't get talked about a lot is what happens once it's discovered and it needs to be turned into a mine. And so basically what happened was the owners of the project, Extract Resources, operating as Swakop Uranium in Namibia, tried to market the deposit, and it was eventually bought in 2012 after Fukushima dropped the share price by a group called Taurus, which is almost entirely owned by China General Nuclear, who operate power stations. And through various entities, they have their ownership of the deposit, and they also have a UK incorporated company so that they can sell offtake internationally. But it is a strategic purchase to have a producing asset so that they can secure supply of fuel to their power stations. A nice aerial shot of the mine, but we can also see a lot of the geological features and the Rossing mine that characterize the area. And there is that stratigraphic sequence above the basement. And essentially what we're looking at with the HUSAB deposit is an antiformal structure adjacent to a basement dome. And in that antiform, we've got the space to host all these intrusives. And they are now busy mining through the hinge of the antiform and down the limbs. Here's a nice shot from in the mine of an extension feature parallel to one of the fold limbs. And you can see the light colored rocks are actually the intrusives, and the dark rocks are the schists within the Rossing formation. So this is actually in ore and a vehicle for scale. What does the ore look like? The granites that host the uranium are of a very particular texture, white feldspars, dark smoky quartz. That quartz is dark because of damage to the quartz structure from the radiation, emanating from the uranium minerals. And anywhere where there's uranium, at least at HUSAB, there is also sulfide. And that's where I think you have that, you need to have those sulfides to reduce, to donate electrons to the uranium and precipitate it out as uraninite. Another important part of the project, I'll be done in 2 slides, is to understand the deportment of uranium in the different minerals, because there are refractory minerals in some of these deposits, and that renders portions of them or all of them uneconomic to mine because you can't extract the uranium. And so HUSAB and other deposits, they are interested in understanding what minerals are hosting the uranium and what proportion they can extract uranium from. And so part of what I was involved in at that project was to understand why there were refractory minerals and where they were and how to track them. And so we looked at some of these refractory minerals under the electron microscope and electron microprobe and figured out which trace elements are concentrated in these refractories. And then we can use these trace elements through handheld XRF. You can't analyze for uranium because that's also in the minerals you want to extract the metal from. So you look for the trace elements that are in the refractories and not really in any of the other accessories. And in this case, niobium and titanium, as well as yttrium, concentrate in the refractories. So wherever you find elevated niobium, you can find these refractories. And from now on the mine, they, as part of the grade control, they use a handheld XRF to track niobium and yttrium and titanium so that they can better plan their stockpiling and extraction strategies. I'd like to thank all these people in the list. There's a lot of good work that I just tacked onto. And yeah, it was a great project. And I think Namibia, again, is going to be an interesting place for uranium exploration in the years to come.
So I'm going to talk about Muchodi Iron Ore Company on our projects and how we have managed to migrate from exploration to mining. But as I started earlier, just to explain what Muchodi is and who we are. Muchodi it's a Sotho word. It can mean a bird, the paired wagtail bird, but in a more philosophical stand, it explains the bird that is at the front of a symmetrical V-shaped formation that birds normally take when they are on long-term migratory routes. So, and as a bird flaps its wings, you know that it creates a rotating vortex of its wingtips. And the result of that vortex is that immediately behind the wings, there is a downdraft. But further down behind the bird and on its sides, there is a slipstream that pushes the air upwards. And the birds that fly in that slipstream actually conserve energy. So that is what Muchodi Resources is. We're creating that slipstream for everybody to fly behind us. So if you go to the next slide, I don't know if I can, because it's okay. And then the next one from that disclaimer. So Muchodi Iron Ore Company is owned by Muchodi Resources. Muchodi Resources is 100% Black-owned junior mining and exploration company. It was founded in 2004, and it has made a significant impact and footprint in the mining industry. And Muchodi Iron Ore Company is focused on iron ore, and it's operating in the 3 provinces in South Africa, which is Northern Cape, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. So I'll just show you a summary of the project that we're working on at the moment. This is not going forward. Okay, so if you look at the project that we are looking at, as I've said, we've got a project in the Northern Cape, 65 kilometers south of Buspersberg and around 40 kilometers west of the town of Grikostad. We call it Papama. It is a small project in terms of the iron ore projects in our portfolio. The resource is around 10 million tons. We have started production on this project, in fact, and it's going to be the focus of my presentation. And the second one is a project that is in Thabazimbi. It is around 30 kilometers east of the existing Thabazimbi mines. A big project, around 80 million tons of resource in the ground. And just in terms of scale, this project is exactly the same size that Kumba Iron Ore was in 1932. It's basically the same type of deposit, same type of mineralogy, same type of metallurgical characteristics. We're looking at developing this project and bringing it to market in the next 18 months or so. Our biggest iron ore project, which is like 3 years out of development, is called the Cascades. This is magnetite, low-grade magnetite. It's in Piet just over 2 billion tons with a production capacity of around between 2 and 12 million tons when it's in full operation. So that one is the Cascades. This one here is Meleti in Limpopo, and that is Papama in the Northern Cape. Now we'll go a little bit in detail in terms of our development of this project. If you go to the next slide, please. Okay. Now, if you look at our development milestone as a junior resource company, you'll see in these 3 projects, we started around 2006. And in around 2006, we applied for a prospecting right, and you see in prospecting rights that it took us almost 4 years in terms of the various regulatory processes to get a prospecting right. And these prospecting rights were granted in 2010, where we actually started proper exploration. From 2010 to around 2018, you will see that process of exploration. I'll explain to you in terms of Papama how that took place, but that took about 8 years of putting money in the ground, and that phase is not funded, but it's money that comes out of your pocket, particularly because our project is not listed, so it is an unlisted vehicle. Following our completion of the prospecting rights, we then applied for a mining right, and you will see again, it took us anything between 3 and 4 years for the mining rights to be granted. And after that grant, we then looked at mine development. Parallel to this process of our own development of regulatory compliance and all those things, we try to apply for certain things to ensure that our project works. First, we started with funding from the development finance institutions as early as 2011. You can see, and we are in 2022, and we have not gotten any funding from them. So we financed ourselves. We applied for Transnet rail allocation. From that time, we engaged with ESCOM, and we also applied for water use licenses. So you can see in terms of our project development timeline, parallel to it, we have been applying for these things, but they have been really, really difficult to get along the line and also to find traction. So around 567 million rands of own capital later, and 16 years of prospecting and going over regulatory compliance, we are now at a point where we believe, at least in terms of one of our projects, we are transitioning into production. Okay, if you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, now Papama mine is, as I've said, is located in the Northern Cape, around 65 kilometers south of the town of Postmasburg, and it is located within an area with a lot of infrastructure that is being utilized by existing mining companies. And we believe that we are well positioned there in terms of infrastructure. All we need to do is to access that existing infrastructure. We've got an approved mining right, we've got an environmental authorization, we've got a social management plan, and all this. So we've gone through all the authorizations, and currently we are now planning to develop. Our mine, as I've said, is around 10 million tons, around 2.5 million tons of resource in the ground, and we've got a life of mine of 10 years, producing around 800,000 tons of product to the market every year. So you have to look at this because it's a unique project. Because I was looking at the presentation given by my other colleagues who are listed and raised money on the market. The reality in South Africa is very different because we don't have a stock exchange that supports exploration, and we don't have the financial institutions that support exploration, and we don't also have billionaires who will put their money in exploration. So in essence, you have to put your own money. So you see in Papama, our prospecting right was granted around 2010, after we had gone around 4 years of regulatory problems. It took us 8 years to complete the exploration program because we put real money in the ground, and we did real work from first principles. And around 2018, we were granted a mining right after 3 years again of applying and then going through the regulatory hoops and loops. And then in 2022, we are at a point where now we are actually developing the project. Okay, thank you. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Okay. Now, most people will say, why did it take you 10 years to explore? This is our area. As you can see that we applied for prospecting. We had around 80,380 hectares, over 32 farms for prospecting. And we went through each of these farms meticulously in terms of mapping, identifying anomalies and those kind of things, and eventually went into prospecting. You'll see that blue line here. That is where our mining right is. And what we did is, after we had gone through all this prospecting, we relinquished all the 31 farms, and we were left with one, which the farm name is called Waterkloof, which is where our mining right is. So we went through a meticulous prospecting program, and then we released the properties that we did not need, because we do not believe in hoarding properties that we don't want. And I can say that looking at the DMRE in the Northern Cape, a lot of people have already applied for the properties that we released. And that's how we believe the spirit is. You get properties, you do your exploration, you identify the areas that you are interested in or your anomalies, you release the rest, and you allow the other companies to come in. So all the other properties that we have released, people have already applied for them. And they are basically updating the work that we did. And certainly in terms of our way of doing things, we release information to government if government wants that information. So that information becomes available and becomes part of the national database. Okay, the next presentation, the next slide, please. So as I've said, you can see we did exploration from basic principles. The first slide you can see it's elephant country. And I think it also explains or answers one of Tsefo's questions. You were saying, why do people come to Africa for exploration if there is so much negativity around it? My answer is very simple. If you want elephants, you go to an elephant country. Doesn't matter how dangerous the elephant country is. If you want elephants, you'll come to elephant country. And certainly in terms of prospectivity, the Northern Cape in iron ore and manganese is really the best endowed in the country at the moment. So that first slide shows you how we started elephant country, green exploration from absolute basic principles. On the left-hand side here, these are the farms that we had, as I've said, the 32 farms where we looked at the anomalies. You can see and can look at the geology that is superimposed on. And then you will see here in the middle, these are the contacts where our geologists actually went to and mapped the exposed rock and contacts. And then we started to define our anomalies and occurrence of iron ore properly. And you'll see at the bottom there's a map, a field map that we did. This shows you that we actually did the work in the field, and we did it from the first principles of exploration in geology. Okay, next slide. Now we have gone out, we've mapped, and we started drilling. And as I've said, and I'll emphasize this, that this is all own geologists, all geology team. You can see we've got a very small young geological teams, mostly young African women who work with us here. But I must say that one of the people that helped us a lot in the exploration is an experienced geologist, Dion Rousseau, who understands the environment and the geology, and he did help us a lot. But we've got a young team that is dedicated to the project that we are developing to the project. Following the mapping and the drilling, we then identified a set of 6 pits. As you can see there, defined. We've got the main pit here, divided into 3 parts. We had the middle pit, And then we've got the northwest pit there, we've got the northeastern pit, and we've got the northern pit. I think the one thing that you will see immediately when you look at this map are straight lines. So, and the straight edges. So geology does not have straight lines and straight edges like what we have. But for us, the most important thing was to prioritize exploration because we've got limited resources, to define the resource that we have, try to get some value out of this project. And then beyond that, we then do confirmationary drilling. So you can see in between this, there's still a lot of potential for infill drilling and for defining a significantly bigger resource. So at the moment, as it stands, it's 10.5 million tons, grading at around 65% Fe in situ. Okay. Next slide, please. Now, as I've said, you look at this, those are the pits that we did, and we did some mine pit designs and simulations based on grades and depth of intersections. And you see on the right-hand side there, the geochemical analysis and results from each of the pits. And then we came up with the averages. And at this point, we realized that, you know what, we actually have a nice project. We believe we can start developing it. You'll see that the main pit here, that is around 5 million tons. And we believe that 5 million tons could give us significant scale to start with, to go into the market, prove our mental, and then come back and then do infill drilling and hopefully define a significantly bigger resource sufficiently, and also a significantly bigger resource in terms of depth. Okay, next slide. Now, so we look at this, and then we then model the project. Now, remember, if you look at the previous slide I showed you, we are sitting with uninferred resources. We've gone through 8 years of exploration on this particular project, but in terms of all of our other projects, we're sitting on 16 years of exploration without generating income, and also using our own internal resources to do this. So this is, we come here and you'll see that the purple lines here are the outcrops as they were mapped by us, by our geologists. And then the green lines, horizontal lines here are the drill lines to define the different resources. And then we mapped this and we developed the pits designed, simulated the pit designs, and then started doing preliminary mine designs, laying out the infrastructure. You'll see in this area here, this is where we've got our stockpiling area where we've put up our crushing circuits. And then we started with this pit, which is the big pit, the 5 million ton pit. And then after that, we'll do infill drilling, and then we'll basically see how we redefine this. The one thing that is interesting is along these lines here, around there, and through here, we've got manganese associated with the iron ore. But because of our limited resource, we have not really gone out to define properly the manganese and to map it out. So our next phase, in actual fact, parallel to developing this pit, is then going out and mapping the manganese, drilling the manganese, and because if you look there are old pits where I think companies like Samancos, so many years ago, before they went into the Kalahari Basin, were mining manganese here, and we've got material stockpiled on surface. But in terms of our priorities, we've decided to go the route of iron ore first, then we'll go to manganese. Okay. Next slide. Now, we've now decided that we are going to develop this project. We've gone to the funding institutions. They say they want us, they want feasibility studies and things like that. And we say, look, if you have 50 million rand from our side as a junior company now, would you spend it on a bankable feasibility study, or would you spend it on developing the project, particularly if you are in this area where there is not even a meter of Kalahari sand. The whole iron ore deposit is exposed, it's on surface, and you can walk it and you can map it. So we decided, spending around 80-90 million rand to upgrade the resource, getting financial people to do bankable feasibility studies and those kind of things for us would not work, because still there is no capital available in the country for startup projects. So we decided, you know what, we will bite the bullet and we will develop the project. So here is the first exciting part. You'll see we're bringing in equipment. We are doing the roads, the road infrastructure. There we are, you can see the truck coming in. We got some containers to put offices on site, and you can see the crusher coming there. But I think one of the things that I would like to say is that developing these high-risk projects requires partners that are aligned with you. Aligned with you in terms of ethics, aligned with you in terms of the view of the future, and also aligned with him in terms of just being South African and wanting to see South Africa develop. So in this case, in our case, we went through a number of companies to help us as contract miners to develop this. And we settled with Afrimet contracting. And I must say that from day one, Afrimet has given us 100% support. Maybe I can say 200% support to get our projects off the ground. Next slide. Now you can see, now we have a number of firsts. On the left-hand side, this is our team going through mine health and safety, because what we actually we're very pedantic about is making sure that we are 100% compliant with all the requirements of the law, mine health and safety, environmental laws, whatever. So we went through all the permits to make it sure that we are 100% compliant, particularly as a startup company and putting out our name in the market. And also because of the company, the contract mining company that we are working with, which is a subsidiary of a listed entity. So we have to make it a sure point that we are 100% compliant. You can see there's our team there on the right-hand side. This is the guys who are helping us with our first blast. And we so went through, we got our permission for bench deliveries. We went for continuous supply of explosives, went through all that. And we had our authorizations in place, our people properly inducted in terms of mine health and safety. And now we're saying we are ready to move on. Okay, next slide. Okay, now you see here now, okay, we have now established, we've got all our signage on site. You can see some truck in the back there with some containers for the officers. We now have infrastructure. We have developed roads. We've got areas for stockpiling, areas we are going to process material. We've now established areas where our contractors will be housed in our offices. And right here is the main pit. This is where we're going to do our first blast. Okay. Next slide, please. And you just cannot imagine the excitement here. So you see there, we are now drilling for blasting, and standing on top of the pile of our first blast there is our geologist who's worked with this project from the beginning, Tabile Mlaba. I think she was lost for words that finally we actually did the blast, and a very, 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 very clean blast. And in terms of particle size distribution, in terms of dilution, and beautiful, beautiful. So we used our in-house team to get the project going. And this guys here, see that we just blasted. That's our really, really, really our very first kit. A very exciting period in the development of the project. Okay, and then the next slide, please. Okay, so you'll see on the left-hand side, after clearing the blast, that's how our pit looked like, really clean, really professional. So because we are studying here to make a sure point that everything is done to standard. And I must say that our mining contractor actually helped us. And you'll see this block here is the main pit where we have started our blast. This whole pit here is 5 million tons as per the work that we've done, and we're going to start mining it here and going in that direction. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, and again, the big first from us with the limited resources that we've had, crushing and stockpiling. So this is an important phase now in our trial mining phase. We've had stockpile for lumpy ore, high grade lumpy ore. We've got stockpiles for fines. We've got stockpiles for ultra fines. And then the next question is then, what do you do with all this material after all that excitement? Next slide. Maybe just before we go to what we do with this material, you can see, I mean, I showed you our in situ grades in terms of the resource that we have developed, the 10 million tons. But if you look at this material that we've now gotten out of our pit in this first trial mining phase, you can look at all the elements. You can look at Fe, silica, potassium, manganese, whatever the case may be. The grade is just unbelievable. We are running at 66% Fe for our fine material there, and we are running over around 65% Fe for lumpy ore with very, very, very low deleterious elements. So in actual fact, the quality of material is significantly higher in terms of the pit that we've opened now compared to our projections over that inferred resource that I started with. We started very modestly with around 2,400 tons crushing per day, with about just under 2,000 tons of product in a day. And I think we believe we've got an offtake agreement at the moment to deliver a bulk sample of around 15,000 tons, and then we'll see how the project then moves. But this was a successful trial mining phase for us, which we believe will take us to the next development a lot easier than we imagined. Okay, next step. Sorry, next slide. Okay. So this is our bulk sample, and I think this was also one of the most exciting moments in the development of this project. You'll see there, that is our first truck line, very, very, very first truck loaded with iron ore to the market, to the buyer. And you cannot imagine how excited we were when we saw that line of trucks coming on site to basically pick up the material and sending it to the market. Nothing is more, I think, more pleasing to a product developer than seeing a product going to market. And also the fact that we delivered on both quality and quantity, and none of the product I've delivered to the clients or customers has been returned because of poor value. So now that we are here, and I think this talks to all South Africans, is that first we've had major delays because of the Transnet strike, because we had to stop delivering product. But secondly, we've managed to get supply for export, but we can't move our material, right? Papama iron ore is based there. You can see just north of us is Kolomela sitting there, right? And this shows you the various options of moving product. If Transnet was able to resolve the rail issue, this is our inland market potential to Van der Bijl, which is the base supply for anybody who's developing iron ore in the country. And then our best option out, of course, is Saldanha, but you know.
Apologies, Nchaka, you've got 5 minutes left. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So our first export line is that it's Saldanha, but because we know that Saldanha is congested, both in terms of rail capacity and also port, and also because they have got an issue with the atmospheric pollution license here. We have been looking at various options throughout Namibia, throughout East London, throughout Port Elizabeth, or can we go to the east coast of the country? These are the options that we are looking at, and this, in a sense, will unlock the potential of this project going into full production. Okay, next slide. Now, the one thing that you can never, ever, ever afford to miss in South Africa is social responsibility. Whilst we know that everybody's got a social and labor plan and all these wonderful things, we've done this, we've complied with it. But long before we even moved a truckload of iron ore, we adopted a town which is outside the mining areas called Phillipstown, which is on the border of the Northern Cape and the Eastern Cape, a very, 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 very poor area. And we adapted schools there in alliance with a company called Rail to Rail. And we adopted that school, and we're funding them, we're supporting them. Every year we're giving kids, buying them uniforms, giving them awards every year. And every single year they look forward to this meeting that we are going to have with them again this year in December. So we try to make sure that we invest in education, in development of people well before we generated income and well before we become profitable. So we believe social responsibility is absolutely critical. Next slide. Okay, so that is a little bit of our presentation in terms of the unconventional route that we are following in Motswedi Iron Ore Company to move from exploration to mining, using our own limited resources, using creativity, and basically saying, look, do this.
It's up to me to say a few closing remarks and comment on today's procedures and maybe get a little bit of discussion going, although we will have a panel discussion tomorrow. We've seen some really great presentations today, and on the surface of it, they're all notable for their variation. Both in geography, we've got most of Southern Africa represented, and in commodity, we've got quite a few commodities represented. But there are still some common threads going through these presentations that I'd just like to comment that came out for me. The first is that we're revisiting old projects, less well-known projects, and closed mines, and that's probably a trend for the future. It strikes me that, you know, what makes something viable now that wasn't viable 5 or 10 or 15 years ago, and it's not just economics or political dispensations. I think that there are a couple of key things. First, it's reinterpretation of known data, and secondly, it's getting high geological skills, high-level geological skills to do those interpretations. I think those are crucial, and I think we saw some of that coming out today. Now, this has some implications going down the road. The geology is going to have to get better, and it also has some lessons for a lot of the consultancies that we see around, and we've heard from some of those today. Compared to 10, 20 years ago, I think those consultancies are carrying a lot higher level of skills than they did in the past. Our younger geologists have to have a greater grasp of the new tools, and particularly geophysics, to do that reinterpretation of the data to get you to a project. Now, that means you also need access to that data, and that can be a heck of a search. But we're seeing some consultancies around that actually specialize in recovering some of that data and making good of it. There is going to be a need in future for Africa to look at smaller deposits, less well-known deposits. And the corollary there is that you're going to need higher level skills to operate on them. Some of the bigger diamond mines around in Botswana, you knew with the first drill hole that you had a mine. That's not the case with some of these deposits that we're seeing today and the work that's being done today. So I can't emphasize more the degree of geological upskilling that has to happen to bring these things to account.